Hello, everyone. I'm happy to welcome you all here to the Conference NFT online edition. My name is Natalie, and I'm the conference director, and I'm excited to be here today with you, talking about NFTs with great speakers and experienced moderators. Today, we have an amazing lineup with experts from all over the world: Russia, China, the US, the UK, Asia, and so on. I would like to thank all our speakers, sponsors, partners for supporting us and for being with us doing this great event. Before we start, I would like to say a few words about our main topic, NFTs. It's not only about the hype, it's really something big. The NFT concept can be applied to property rights on everything under the sun, from financial instruments to land. In some real-world applications, NFT can even do a lot of good things. Even ticketing is one of these. We, as conference organizers, had a few conversations just before this event with blockchain companies about NFT tickets. I'm sure our event will be definitely organized with NFT tickets. What else? Tokens can be used to sell digital wildlife to fund conservation efforts, or they could be employed to track entire supply chain from their origins to the end consumer, making the value creation process transparent. NFTs are huge, and we definitely see them as a big future, and it's just the beginning. Okay, let's move on. I would like to introduce you my colleague, Anna. She is the NFT conference producer. Anna, hi.
Hello to all our speakers and guests. Welcome.
And today we'll try to create kind of like a bridge between my studio in Kiev and Toronto, where Anna is based. We have lots of speakers from North America. That's why we decided to move our conference closer to the European evening to catch the audience from Asia, Europe, and of course the US. Anna will be the host of our conference, and I will be here to help you guys ask our speakers all questions that you might have. Please join our Telegram group for networking. And if you have any questions to our speakers, please feel free to text your questions just below the screen, in the comments, or in Telegram group directly. Anna, I'm giving you the microphone.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from sunny Toronto. I'm happy to say hello and to greet all of our speakers and guests today. It's been 2 months of hard work getting ready for this event, but I'm sure it's worth the effort. NFT is a really hot topic today, and there is so much hype around this. But let's find out, is it a passing trend or it will stay for long? This topic will be discussed on our first panel discussion. Let us see if every speaker is already in the waiting room. Okay, I guess we need to wait a couple of minutes more for everyone to join us. Natalie, are you here?
Anna, we have, as I see, we have 3 people in our room.
Oh, okay.
So, I think like in 1-2 minutes, we are ready to start. So let's just like recall what kind of sessions do we have today? How many sections do we have? How many speaking slot? Can you just like give us a quick information about this?
Yeah, no problem at all. So we are going to have 4 sessions today. Each one is dedicated to the special topic. The first one, we will discuss the NFTs on the whole. Like, is it a passing trend? What is it? Is it a bubble, or we will have it for the next 10 years? Seeing it in a good state, and so that's what we are planning to discuss in the first panel. The second panel is what I'm really excited about. There we will have the whole range of speakers, starting from artists and also the representative of the marketplace. And also Miko Matsumura will join us. Hopefully he's a well-known investor. So I guess it's going to be a really cool discussion. The third one is all devoted to marketplaces. There we will Here, the founders of well-known and rocking the stage marketplaces now. And the final panel discussion, as I used to say, the last but not the definitely not the least, is the legal discussion, so legal panel discussion dedicated to the legal trends and legal implications on non-fungible tokens. So that's pretty all what we're going to discuss today. We will also have some keynote speeches, which will be happening right after each panel discussion. So let's say we will have 1-2 speaking slots right after each discussion. But I will announce everyone, so I will keep you guys up to date of what's going on. Okay, I'm seeing that our speakers are joining.
Yes, we have the main person that we need basically is our moderator. So he's already there.
Right.
He's in our hidden room. So I think that we can start and see you guys in 40 minutes just after this discussion panel ends. So yeah. Let's rock on.
Yeah, so I give the floor to the moderator of the first panel, Steve McCurry, from the Hack Crypto channel. Steve?
What are NFTs? Is it a bubble or here to stay?
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Excellent.
Okay, almost everybody here. I see Michael. Hello. Tejas. Hello. Steve. Hi.
Excellent.
Okay, I think we can start, and I hope the rest of the speakers will join us shortly.
Okay, cool. So everybody that's tuned in, my name is Steve McGarry. I'm a co-founder of GrowYourBase. GrowYourBase is like an NFT membership program that gives investors exclusive access to NFT deals. We provide them with educational content and ultimately direct distribution of NFTs to them. It's been referred to as like a community-driven metaverse-focused fund that we really enjoy, and we've been working with some amazing projects. Also the co-hosts of the crypto economics-focused channel, Hack Crypto, that Anna mentioned earlier. And with that said, a lot of GrowYourBase members have actually brought up these speakers that are on the panel today, which is very exciting. I was getting some DMs earlier about a couple of the speakers here, so I'm excited to get into this and learn a little bit more. So let's start, I guess, with some short introductions. I want to make sure that everybody has a chance here. Let's do like, I was going to wait another minute, but let's just go ahead and do the short introductions. So let's start with you, Michael, maybe like under a minute of who you are, what you're building, and just the topic, just to keep things juicy. Let's go through the topic of if NFTs are in a bubble.
Yeah, cool. How do y'all read me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Michael. I'm the founder of Pylons. We are a digital property blockchain. So, you know, we are trying to push the boundaries of what kinds of property you can own on the internet. And in particular, I'm really interested in things that carry rights in an interesting way, trying to make things more programmable and more sort of full-featured. So do I think NFTs are a bubble? I think that it's a speculative situation. You know, the kinds of NFTs that exist now are just the beginning of, I think, what's going to be a really interesting field of digital property. So while in some sense it's a bubble, I think some of the sort of like some of the stuff we're doing now will fade away. Digital property is not a bubble and is going to get much, much bigger.
Got it. Well said. I see got some more people joining here. Is it Sharon is how I pronounce your first name?
Shreyansh. It's fine, yeah.
Cool.
So
just a
yeah, sure.
short introduction.
Yeah, sure. So hi folks. I head the NFT and gaming ecosystem here at Polygon. And I've been here at Polygon for almost 2 years now. And the key thing I've done in space is, I would say, reaching out to each and every game in the ecosystem, especially in the Ethereum ecosystem, and supporting them with their scaling needs and whatever they require. And especially these days, since when gas prices shot up, and I think NFTs went mainstream, everyone was looking for a scaling solution, and I think their Polygon has definitely added a lot of value.
Yeah, 100%. And let's do Tejas Chopra.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Tejas Chopra. I am a senior software engineer at Netflix. I work on the data storage platform here. So Netflix Studios, Netflix streaming platform, the content that they generate, I architect solutions to store them efficiently and retrieve them. And I'm a blockchain and NFT enthusiast. So I learn about it. I'm curious about the technology in my free time. I'm so I feel great to be in the company of such esteemed guests who have such deep fingers into this domain. And whether or not NFT is a bubble, I think that today we have a lack of tools or infrastructure to allow seamless adoption of NFTs for common people. So I think that's why it may seem to many that it is just a bubble. But I think that with maturity, this will get better, and it is not a bubble, is what I think. So,
well said. Yeah, and I enjoy the fact that you are from Netflix, and I'm excited to dig into that mainstream adoption phase here shortly. Sasha.
Yeah. Hello. Hello, guys. I'm Sasha, Waze blockchain founder. So we've had NFTs since 2018, I guess, and now we have a lot of projects with NFT tokens. I don't think it's a bubble.
Maybe speak up a little louder.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a bubble, sorry. And because actually NFTs are very natural, so just some kind of a generalization of a real world contract, and they basically can be bubble in the long run. So they're here to stay, and we need to make sure that we work on their real world connection, and somehow make sure that all those legal things that need to be done now will be complete to create a real connection. So NFTs are here to stay.
Got it. Yeah, if possible, check the microphone that you got on there, just to make sure the sound is on. So if a couple speakers come in while we're talking, I'll try and get them to do an intro while we're going through this. But the first question, let's try and do it 2 minutes each. What's the best utility you guys have seen? Because I think that in 2017, a lot of people were talking about utility and differentiating through utility tokens and things like that. And I think that we're kind of seeing that stage now. What's the best kind of utility NFT that you guys have seen that's utilized and is live right now? Let's start with you, Michael.
Yeah. Nothing. I don't know. Everything is just so tantalizing. I haven't seen anything that really blows me away yet. Parallels NFT did something a week ago or so where they had this faucet for cards that are playable cards in their game, but that one of the players using the faucet would get this additional or this ultimate version of the card. And I really like that, because I think what I want to start seeing out of NFTs and what Pylons is sort of partly trying to do is to make it more of a programmable ecosystem where it's not just the same contract with a different skin on it. So when I start seeing people doing a faucet, but somewhat stochastic behavior, or something that's different about the underlying code, and the contract behaves in a way that is part of the art, then that really excites me. And maybe other people have seen more of that sort of thing. I still feel like everything is just right on the edge of tantalizing, but not fulfilled quite yet, which actually is a really exciting time to be in the space.
Well said. It's a signal that it's super early. Let's go on to Shreyansh. Let's see if you have any insights there.
So definitely, I think, especially I'm a metaverse degen and a gaming sort of enthusiast. So I would say the best thing is play to earn that everyone has seen, and I think with Axie Infinity, it has been proven as well. Folks have bought houses in Philippines just by playing Axie Infinity. I think that has never happened in the world. You are just playing a game, enjoying it. You're enjoying the dopamine levels and everything, because that's what gaming is about. And still earning so much that you are able to buy houses. And another aspect I would say is this is something that I truly believe in, and this would be like really big in the next 3-4 years. Play to earn, especially when these Web 2 games onboard the Web 3 space, some components of this Web 3 space, or show this NFT economy. Let's say in PUBG, you could say like, you can buy your Kevlar, your gun, and all these things, you can just within a few clicks make it like tokenize this as an NFT. So that can definitely add a value as well, and they can be sold on, let's say, in few years you can see maybe PUBG assets or FIFA or any other games assets selling on OpenSea or any other curated marketplace or as such. Another thing would be the digital ownership aspect for artists. Let's say for a normal artist, let's see an artist journey. Artist creates his art and everything. They go and try to sell it to a museum. Maybe he sells his art around $5,000. That's good. Then the museum, sorry, not a museum, okay, a private gallery or something. Then the private gallery sells it to a museum of around $30,000-$40,000 after a few years. Then the museum sells it to a private collector maybe at $1 million or maybe 500K or 700K. But who earned the least? The artist. Who created the art? Whose vision was it? So I think within a few years, you need the art went like 50x or maybe 100x. So that's where digital ownership comes in. Let's say you can attach to a hard code the royalties into it, into the smart contract at every sale, and whenever the NFTs change hands or any assets change hands, 10% or 5% of the royalties go to the artist as well. So he knows like he created something years back, but he's still earning via it. And the ways that traditionally happening is, I think it's a little flawed, where NFT can definitely add a lot of value. And I think Michael is already working on something similar like digital ownership. So that's something that I'm also talking about.
Yeah, I love that. Axie's a great example. The play to earn model is pretty mind bending. And I love that they've worked with a lot of people in the Philippines and things like that. Is really inspirational in how they're like lifting a lot of these people up, and they're able to do it as a full-time job. I think that's incredible and such a great example. Moving on, Tejas, what do you think in terms of the utility so far, personally, that you've seen?
I think I personally like the way NBA Top Shots has adopted NFT. NBA Top Shots is like a collection of different plays and videos of NBA, and it's packaged together. So what I like about it, and why do I feel that it's somewhat the best utility, is because it hides the fact that there is a blockchain on the back end. To the customer, to the people that are buying it, they don't even know what it's running on. So the interface is seamless and slick. The tools, I feel that at this point, because it's in such a nascent stage, we need applications that do not allow people, like do not give too many knobs to people. Like it's very difficult to explain to people what DeFi is, what yield farming is. But if we can take that away, that complexity away, that would really increase the adoption of NFTs. So I think I found that game to be really like walking towards this particular goal. And I feel that probably would be carried over to different verticals. And I agree with Michael and Shreyansh that there are just like so many possibilities with NFTs. We are just dipping our toes into this now. Yeah,
definitely agree. And I think the elephant in the room here is that you work at Netflix, and the idea that, you know, capturing video and moments and things like that are pretty interesting. That's something that you're really focused on. So hopefully there's some juicy information there coming soon. So Sasha, what are your thoughts on utility?
Actually, I think that we should like tell between different types of NFTs because we have NFTs used for many different applications, for digital art, for some kind of like DeFi tokens that are used, for example, in such products as Aave. And they're all different, and some of them have like more utility, and those who have like intrinsic value, more of intrinsic value. For example, NFTs that are connected to some kind of like a lending contract, for example. They're very natural, and I think they have provided the most utility, because they do have some kind of intrinsic value that you don't have to come up with somehow. And there is like another type of tokens which are connected to, for example, digital art. And here things get a little more complicated, I think. I believe that digital art will be using NFTs in the future as well. But I think that we need to, to do something for it, because now we don't have enough like legal backing for this, and anybody can use the same picture and issue another NFT with the same picture. So there is some like work needed to connect the world of like digital NFTs with the real world, but it's going to be there. So I think what is happening now is going to create some kind of a standard for copyright protection and for future protocols that handle basically digital property rights. So the most utility that I can see in NFTs now are within DeFi ecosystem, and if you can like somehow like gamify it and create some kind of games, for example, like CryptoKitties, or games that are built on Waves now, it retains the intrinsic value, because it's like connected to DeFi, it's connected to collectibles, and the value is more like natural and obvious. And the next level of NFTs is digital art. That is very fine, I think, but it just needs a little bit more work in terms of like verification of who created the digital art, some kind of like KYC and stuff. So, but I think we were going to be there, and somehow this bubble maybe is bursting a little bit right now, but it's gonna be back, because this thing is very real, and all we need to do is to just finish those protocols and work on some details that have been left out up to now.
Got it. And this next one is what I always consider the ground zero question. I have this debate with a lot of people, talk to a lot of people in DMs. Some people get really passionate about it. But in terms of where each of you think ground zero for mainstream adoption comes from with NFTs, I think there's a really great spectrum here. Like a lot of you guys are working on different things, similar things. So I think we'll get some wide-ranging answers in terms of where you believe ground zero will be for hundreds of millions of people to come into using the NFT technology. So let's start with you, Michael.
Thanks, Steve. I'll tell you what I'm very confident about, which is that the first mass market digital property application will be a mobile application, a mobile native application. So I think that, we need to work. I think the user experience is going to be, one way or another, has to be solved before we can have anything that looks like a mass market experience. So, for that reason, that's why Pylons is mobile first. That's why we're all about mobile SDKs, so that people can build mobile apps that are blockchain powered, because I'm confident that whatever is going to break through, it's going to be mobile. I'm really interested in fantasy sports as a potential real first groundbreaking application. I think mobile games like Aave potentially also a really big application. I think if you look at ticketing for streaming events, like major like streaming events, that could potentially be something really interesting. Those are the things that really excite me. But fundamentally, what I'm out here doing is like building an SDK and building a mobile wallet system, so that whoever does have the big idea, has the tools that are needed to make it go.
Well said. That's actually a good segue, because I would agree gaming is ground zero. Shreyansh, what would you?
Sure. So again, on the gaming front itself, I think gaming is the easiest pathway, right? If you go to any Web2 folk or Web2 guys, and you say you try to explain ZK rollups or any scaling solutions to them, it doesn't make sense to them. They shouldn't care. But you just ask them to play a game, that will happily to comply, right? So the key would be, I think, the UI UX part, because I've been in this space for a while now, but still I haven't used fiat on RAMs much. But now, since NFTs went mainstream, all the new peeps are trying to get in, but they don't know how to navigate their way through MetaMask, managing their private keys and all these things. So I think meta transactions, UI UX, fiat on RAMs, so everything. So I think Tejas already mentioned like NBA Top Shots. So I think that is definitely a very good example. I think if there's one solution, I think if you have seen Polymarket, the prediction market that really went big in the during US presidential elections. So I think that's on Polygon, and I think they were clocking around $100 million volume on daily basis back then during elections. And the entire tech is built on Polygon end-to-end meta transactions, and the user wouldn't know he wouldn't realize the difference between a Web3 and a Web3 app. That's how they've built it. That's so smooth. You just come with a debit card or credit card, buy the funds, and place a bet, predict whatever you want to. That's how it should be. And I think this is and on the gaming side, I think tooling and SDKs, APIs, tooling, that sort of stuff, because I can't go to Activision and ask them, okay, you should port because of this play to earn model, it's like really good and like crazy good and such. But you have to, let's say, change your 90% of your architecture. They'll definitely laugh at my face like they can't do that, right? They're already generating like billions in revenue. But I say, okay, just do one thing, plug this SDK and use for a small component, or maybe some smaller game that you can afford to, and just see how it goes. So I think that would be something they'll also agree to. I can't say to change your architecture. So I think tooling, SDKs, that would be the key. UI, UX, these are the things that can onboard the next 100 million users from the Web2, because everyone is looking to get into this space. There's some barrier. I think it's a mental barrier sort of, because when I explain to all these any of my friends or families, okay, don't send funds here, it's a ERC20 chain, this is a US address, this is that address, they'll get confused. Okay, wait, what to do, where to do, right? So we have to bridge that complexity and make them understand as well, and sort of provide them the tooling. Like Michael also mentioned, they don't, like, the end user shouldn't care what tech is behind, right? What blockchain they are using or whatever is it on the back end. You drive a Ferrari, it's fast. You don't want to know, okay, engine is good, or you don't want to know how much cylinders and all these things. You know, it's a Ferrari, it would be fast. So that's how it would be.
Yeah. And just to double up on that, what have you seen really that you enjoyed on Polygon so far that's a good user experience that you've really kind of wanted to highlight in terms of
definitely. I think I would definitely name games. So Polymarket is being a prediction market. I think Zedrun is a game. I've seen Web2 users also, and some Web2 folks as well asking about me, and some on Twitter as a crypto Twitter as well, Web2 folks talking about Zedrun. Zedrun is something everyone should try out. And Alethea.ai, it's a very innovative idea. I think they're like really good. Everyone should try that out. Alethea.ai would be a very big break in the NFT space segment as well. So I think that would be really cool. Definitely try out Polymarket, Zedrun, Mega Cryptopolis, a game like SimCity. The user experience is flawless. You come in and just like SimCity, you're paying a little where you put like coins and such. You just put in a little gas on Matic, and it's almost around $0.0001. So that is also that we give it as airdrops. So I think that definitely eases the user experience as well, and people also like, and people also love, and they have a lot of users as well, interaction too. So that is something you should try out. Yeah.
Cool. Very cool. And as a side note, everybody that's watching or listening to this, you should be signing up for all the games that were just mentioned. Sign up for everybody on this panel's platforms and services. That's how you support the space. That's how you help everybody grow. All boats rise. So that should go without saying, but always want to mention that. Yeah, jazz hands. Everybody go do it. So next up, Sasha, what are your thoughts?
Yes, I think basically what guy said before me is very right, because the gaming is the most natural application for NFTs, and it's really natural because everything that you can see in a game, all your like items that you generate, that you buy, sell, are essentially NFTs. So it's very natural, and people seem to get it easily. For example, my 80-year-old son plays NFT games, and it's not a problem for him to play them. So they're very natural. So and it's very strange that it took so long to actually have a lot of those games, and I think they're just starting. And as soon as like major publishers embrace NFTs, we're gonna see a huge push in this space. So gaming is huge because it's very natural. It's like maybe the most natural application on NFTs. And I think another thing that should be big, in my opinion, is some kind of like digitalization of real-world contracts. For example, like insurance, because in essence, any insurance contract is an NFT because they're all like different, you know. So they're based on your like specific case, so they insure something specific. So and I think insurance is quite big, and we'll see like insurance markets soon. Some kind of like DeFi for insurance, and people will be able to basically trade those like insurance contracts. So NFTs have too many applications, and I think not only gaming, but gaming is huge and it's like the most natural thing, but also like more maybe profound applications are going to be the ground zero, and this is just the next step. And we'll start with gaming, but we'll move on to all things that are not digitized, and basically any contract is an NFT in essence. So gaming first, all types of real world contracts will come next.
Got it. So the next piece here that I wanted to go through with each of you guys was around industries. I think, we kind of touched on it there with the ground zero question. I think we can all sort of agree on gaming and certain things, maybe entertainment, Netflix, hint, maybe something there. But ultimately, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the industries that are, I didn't want to use the word disrupt just because it's a little cliche, but that NFTs will help ultimately outside of what we just mentioned. What do you guys feel will be the mostly impacted industries? Let's start again with you, Michael.
Wow. Yeah, I think to me, the most interesting long-term thing right now is copyright. I'm sitting here, I've got a tab open with the Berne Convention, and I'm reading through sort of like what is sort of the, what are the basic building blocks of international copyright, thinking about like, how do I build something that really implements this in a way that is reliable, right? Because you see people out there doing NFTs that sort of say as a disclaimer, but also this isn't copyright. And I think we should do NFTs that are copyright. So I'm really interested in that and rights management in general. And I think that it will really be, you could really change the structure of the industry. If you look at what a musician gets paid for a Spotify stream right now, it's not a lot. Mm-hmm. And I think if you had a stronger, if you were managing copyright more directly, you potentially could change some of the balance of power in that way, and in a way that I think would be really good for the artistic community. So I'm really excited about that. I'm also really excited about sort of hybrid physical events and sort of the creating artifacts that result from physical experiences. So I'm interested in event tickets that come with door prizes, that, I'm interested in scavenger hunts that are physical, that, produce NFTs when you go to places. So I'm interested in sort of this like use of blockchain as a way to augment the things we physically experience in our lives, and to be sort of both a history of what we've done and also, bragging rights and to a certain extent tradability. So those are the things I'm thinking about right now, but there's so much more.
Yeah, very cool. I like that. Redeeming an NFT when you go to like a concert and things like that. That's very cool. You mentioned ticketing earlier, and I think that's a really great concept, just with secondary markets and things like that, royalties and all the goodies that could happen there. Shreyansh?
I think exactly like Michael said, because I also touch base on the artist community, how they can leverage this economy. And I think it's more about the digital ownership. That's the key, I think. And it can be hard-coded into the contracts. How many times even the hands change and the transaction is on chain, everything is on chain, you'll get the royalties or anything, how it, it's legit, right? You can check its history and everything, its license, its copyright, everything it can be on chain. And again, even on the ticketing part, I think that's a really cool use case. Even on the collector's front as well, we have seen people who go to like famous concerts like Beatles or any of these major artists and maybe K-pop artists are really big. On the ticketing, they collect those tickets, like this is of my that concert, and they go, and as an NFT, if you can redeem them as an NFT, even if you attend the concert, you can just show it out. Okay, it's here. I went to this concert back when it was back like 10-15 years back. It's still here. It will always be there, and you can auction it off maybe after 20 years or anything, or maybe just holding it dear to yourself. That's something really cool, and I think few of the projects are already doing that really good. I think on the K-pop front, there's a project called Get Protocol. It's already, I think, on Polygon. They're already live on Polygon. So before the pandemic, they used to do like, since the physical events have stopped, but they used to do like 200K, 100K plus ticketing on chain. And for the K-pop concerts, because K-pop fandom, everyone knows, that's like really cool. And I think there was a Bitcoin conference as well back in 2019 in South America. So that was also, Zawadi was the partner who did it on Polygon. So ticketing is a very major aspect. So I think somewhere along these lines, insurance, these things, and digital, the biggest thing is the digital ownership.
Yeah.
One thing I think, metaverses as well. Metaverse somehow comes intertwined with gaming, and people also get confused. If you mix AR, VR, then it becomes with gaming, it becomes a metaverse. So I think let's say Boson Protocol is working on something like opening a commodity store with on metaverse. Let's say Decentraland. They've already, I think, purchased the land last week. So whatever, let's say anything you buy on their store, maybe it's clothing or anything. So it will be backed by an NFT with the ownership rights. The physical aspect asset will be delivered to your homes, wherever you are, and you'll have the NFT for it as well. That can be redeemed and burnt at your dispense. So I think that's a really cool example, and we'll be seeing a lot of use cases with metaverses, not just on the gaming fronts.
Yeah, I love what's being done now with experiments around the physical and digital world. I think that's so interesting. Something that's in the metaverse, can be redeemed and tracked and everything in the IRL world, I guess you could call it. But yeah, Sasha, what do you think is going to be the next industries?
Yeah, so as I said, I think like, for example, financial services, for example, insurance markets, and you'll be able to basically issue like individual insurance, and it can be like redeemable, like transferable. So it's quite interesting. And digital property and like some kind of copyright protection is also a very obvious direction for development. But I think we need to work a little bit more on the protocols as well. So it's not only about like a real world legal side, for example, yes, but the very protocols are a little bit not ready, I guess. For example, if you like, if you're like a digital artist and you create digital art and there's NFT which is connected to it, still anybody can use your like digital art. It's probably okay, but maybe not. So maybe we can create some kind of like a leasing protocol. So people would lease your NFT to show your digital art. And it's just one example. And I think it's quite important to understand that NFTs are not so new, but still not like developed enough, I guess. So we still need to work on the protocols, and eventually with some like real world connection and some kind of legal backing, so to say, because we would probably need some new laws for NFTs. NFTs should be like somehow connected to copyright laws. When it's ready, we could basically use NFTs for most of the things that we encounter, like in our day-to-day life, so to say, because very many things, basically, maybe I don't know, not all of them, but maybe most of things and like contracts that we interact with can be turned into NFTs. So it's just a matter of time and adoption. Gaming first, and all the rest will come next.
Mm-hmm. Got it. So now, Tejas, I want to do this as a two-part question here. Obviously, how could entertainment be helped by NFTs, given your current stance at Netflix? How could entertainment really gain value from it? And then you personally, what do you think the other industries could be that would gain value from using them?
Sure. So Netflix actually hasn't dipped their toes into NFTs, and I don't think they are thinking about it at this point. That's what I know of. And I think it'll take a lot more of user adoption and seamless interfaces for any of the big players to try to dip their toes into this. Because first impression is the last impression, so they really want to not spoil that. Um, I personally feel that it will disrupt. um so when I started looking into this space, what I thought was whatever I use on my phone or whatever I see on my laptop, I started thinking what all can be influenced or made better by NFTs. And social media was a very interesting thing because today we see that there is fake news everywhere. You do not have any basis of any comments that are made by people. And I also saw that Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, sold his first tweet as an NFT. So what if all the content that you share on social media, be it a picture of the Eiffel Tower or something, can that be made as an NFT so that you always have the authorship and the ownership rights for it? So I feel that along with gaming and mobile, social media would be a very great way to get 100 million users onto the NFTs. And whatever picture they upload, whatever tweet they share would be backed by an NFT. And you will always know exactly the source of the data. So you can remove all the bad actors as well. So I think without people actually knowing, they would be able to use NFTs. And that's just one thought. And I like what Michael and Shreyansh and Sasha referred to, where it's about marrying the physical with the digital and ways in which we can make it seamless. So insurance is such a ripe field for that. Today, you at least like I'm from India, and there are a lot of bad actors that harm the like physical value of the land or ownership of the land. And I think that if that deed is backed by an NFT in general, it'll really like help people and avoid bad actors from like harming the system. So I think those are great examples of how deeds and insurance can work with physical assets and digital assets, and NFTs can disrupt that as well. So yeah.
Well said. Well said. So the final question here, I wanted to do something a little different where assuming, let's say all of our parents are watching this stream right now, what would you tell them would be one or two tools that beginners could start using NFTs with? Michael, we'll start with you.
Give me a couple months to launch my product so that they'll have something that we can send to beginners. I think I will go with what Tejas said, and you know, the first impression is the last impression. And if I had a beginner right now, I would say, hang on, like there isn't anything that's ready for someone who's not already interested in cryptography, key management, you know, the nature of distributed consensus. Like you just have to be willing to bite that off at this point. Maybe NBA Top Shots, you know, if you're a basketball fan, but otherwise, like we're almost there, but we're not there. And you know, I'm pushing as hard as I can, and I know that Shreyansh is pushing as hard as he can to get us there.
Well said. Well said. Shreyansh?
So I think my father is very much into art. He has been for, I think, for the longest time I can imagine. So I think this was a concept. He also asked me, what is this NFT and what's happening in the space at the moment. So I tried to explain him it. He couldn't understand actually what was happening. So I just gave him an example of Nifty Gateway because he's into it. And I told him the digital aspects as well of how things work there and all these things. So he understands the digital aspects of things. Then I gave him an example of Nifty Gateway, and I just he navigated Nifty Gateway a little. And they understood, okay, they handpick the artist, yeah, whatever art he likes. He also now sometimes he waits for the drops as well now. Just you can just buy the art directly from your debit card or credit card. There's no crypto or anything like MetaMask wallets or private keys and all. So you think so it's easy for him as well, and this is something he understands. Art is something, okay, you see, you appreciate, you know the artist, you Google the artist, you know it's copyright is right and everything. So that is something he really enjoys, and I think he has also bought like a couple of arts. This is, I think, just the one example I can actually cater to my parents and even my friends. The Nifty Gateway thing, and who's interested in art side.
Yeah, I agree. Art is very straightforward, and a lot of people have found pretty good experiences on Nifty Gateway. I've seen some good experiences, and that credit card, you know, as much as we all disdain using credit cards, that barrier is is low. All right, Tejas, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if I look at it, what I would recommend my parents to do is first get me into the game and let me allow me to create a MetaMask like identity for them. And then I'll probably give them this open space. So I found OpenSea to be a great starting point, just because you can draw something on a piece of paper, take a picture, and then log into OpenSea, and it mints it in the background and you can sell it. But it's still there is still this big hurdle of like understanding what a MetaMask is, not sharing your private keys. What does minting mean, and who buys it, how do I sell it, etc., etc. What is the price that I should put? So I think I agree with Michael and Shreyansh that there isn't really a seamless way to get into the space today. And I really wish that, the projects that they are working on, and I really wish I was in the NFT space, but I'm just an enthusiast. But I can just say, sitting on the sidelines, that I would really wish that you guys drive this future where people like me can enter it seamlessly, and I can tell my parents as well to do that. So
I like that. Let me in the game first, guys, and then I'll show
Also,
you.
there is one more thing. If you like betting, I can't say the NFT aspect, but if you like betting, you should try out Polymarket. So I think
okay,
definitely
I should look that up. Yes,
betting
yes.
a lot.
I will not introduce my parents to that. I don't know how much they'll end up losing. So
And also, there's a prediction platform called Reality Gaming, I guess. So they use NFTs as a contract is minted. Whenever you, let's say, bid on something, then another user comes, he makes another bid. So NFT ownership get transferred to that user, and the pool is divided equally between all the losers and the winners. So I think
awesome.
that is something all the users, even I would recommend to my parent. Of course, it's betting, but still I have to use it and really enjoy.
That's awesome. Thanks for that, Shreyansh.
Cool, Sasha. What do you think are some tools for beginners?
Yeah, actually, I think we actually have them. So please don't think that's some kind of like blatant advertisement. But I need to say this because we have this game running on Waves blockchain. It's quite different from what you have on Ethereum, because, for example, you don't need MetaMask, you don't need to install MetaMask, you can use just your like email. There's some like decentralized email authorization. And it's called Waves Docs. It's a lot of fun. Actually, it combines gaming with some kind of like profit making. For us, it's like some kind of a non-profit thing. We do it like inside our core team, more or less. But it's like something that should engage our community. So since it's a non-profit thing for us, I think I can advertise it a little. So I believe it's perfect for like beginners, because we have a very nice traction within the community now. We're going to scale it up. And I feel that people have no issues of any age. So from 7 years to like 70 years old, you don't have any issues with those mechanics. If you can use internet, you can use NFTs. Basically, it's more or less the same. So our goal is to make it as easy to use and as ubiquitous as like browsing or social apps. So check it out. I think it's just a nice example of something that people actually understand. So it's called Waves Docs. I think those games should combine like some kind of like collectibles with some kind of gameplay that shouldn't be too difficult. And now it's very important to have more of those to attract people to make those NFTs very natural and not so exotic as they are now for many people.
Got it. Well said. Well said. Well, those are all the questions that I have for everybody that's been on this panel. This is fantastic. And one of the things that I wanted to sign off with is just to drive a little bit of adoption on some of the things that we have mentioned. I wanted to do a giveaway on Polygon. So if you guys aren't familiar with Art Bazaars, they don't know that I'm doing this, but I'm going to give away 5 Art Bazaars on the Polygon network so that you guys can learn how to interact with it. Everybody that's viewing this, all you have to do is just go to the Grow Your Base Twitter account, just sent the tweet out for the giveaway so that you guys can interact with Polygon, get familiar with it, have some fun, and also go follow all of these guys on social media because these are the builders that we need to be supporting. And that's all I got for you guys. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Bye. Bye. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Such a pleasure. Thank you.
Yep. Same here.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Steve, for amazing moderating of this panel. By the way, you forgot to say about Hack Crypto. So yeah, guys, subscribe to Hack Crypto too. Okay, so now we found out that there is so many use cases to the NFTs. So it's not a bubble at all. So we were talking about games, insurance, copyright, and all the rest of the use cases. And we're going to continue this topic with Jan Ketelers. He's a Chief Executive Officer of Arkane Network, and he's going to speak about non-fungible tokens and all the hype around it, and the good and also bad cases. Jan, are you already here? Hello, Jan.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good, good. How are you? How's it going on your end?
I'm good, thanks. Calling from Belgium. And you introduced me as a Chief Executive Officer. Thank you for that, but I'm the Chief Marketing Officer. I haven't made it to CEO yet.
Oh, my bad.
No worries.
But you wish you to grow as fast as
Thanks anyway.
NFTs Beyond the Hype, the Good and Bad Cases. Jan Ketelers, Chief Marketing Officer at Arkane Network.
Hi everyone, I'm just setting up my screen. I hope you can still see it. So I'm going to give a quick keynote about the NFTs Beyond the Hype, Good and the Bad Cases. I really loved the panel a few minutes ago. A lot of interesting people and smart people talking about the long term of NFTs and where we're going. Fully agree with everything that was said. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the short term of NFTs and also help you, guide you through the good and the bads of the NFTs today. So maybe first, we rebranded. So you probably know us from Arkane Network. Last week, we rebranded to Venly, a new name, a new brand that fits better with our positioning. We want to position ourselves more in the B2C plus B2B ecosystem. And yeah, I'm going to explain briefly what we do. My background, working blockchain since 2017, started working at Delta app, and then started at Arkane last year. So Arkane became Venly. Venly, what we do is we're a technology layer between applications and the blockchains. What we do is we help applications integrate blockchain with our tools in an easy way. We have 3 big products: the Venly wallet that is used in a lot of decentralized apps, but also like games like the Sandbox, the Gotchi, Eachmon, and other games. Then we have the Venly market, that is an NFT market that where you can trade NFTs on Polygon, but also on Avalanche now. And then we have the Venly NFT tools. Those tools help games and projects mint NFTs, distribute NFTs. We have Unity plugins for games. So yeah, we have a lot of tools with our APIs. We're blockchain agnostic, so that means that we support in our wallet more than 12 blockchains, and in our market 2 already, and integrating more as I speak. We have more than 200,000 users across the different games that we support. But most importantly, I'm going to talk about NFTs like everyone today, but the good and the bad of the NFTs. The current state, though, like I said, not like long term, but more like the short and medium term of NFTs. Updated this today. NFT industry, when we looked, the hype was February, March. Everybody was looking for NFTs and to purchase NFTs. So we're across the hype, I hope. When compared to DeFi, still NFT is more searched than DeFi. So I believe that those will cross again and that DeFi will take the lead for the coming months again before the NFTs will pop up again. I often compare NFTs, or like the NFTs we saw in February, March, to the ICOs that we saw somewhere in 2016, 17. Like a wave of ICOs, we have a wave of NFTs now, and almost all, or I shouldn't say all, but most of the NFTs are or will be shit. Meaning that a few NFT projects will be really good, and a lot of them will be just money grabs or gimmicks. Garry V is into NFTs as well. He said 99% of the NFTs won't be good investments, and then the 1% will be all-time returns. And then also an interesting tweet is just wait until marketeers realize en masse that they can spam your wallet with NFTs flyer based on what you own. So this is an interesting one. NFTs will be used for gimmicks, used as a new marketing tool as well. So we're going to be spammed with NFTs, but not all NFTs are going to be worth something. So to separate the good from the bad, we have a few thoughts that I want to share. What you can do is you can let the natural selection do its work, and then you will see a lot of shitty NFTs won't ever sell, even on the biggest marketplace, our NFT marketplace, OpenSea. You will see NFTs that won't sell, so those NFTs will die, and those people minting those NFTs and trying to sell those NFTs will leave the space. You can also expect more curation. Again, OpenSea on the right, you'll see verification marks on the good projects to separate them from spam and bad projects. And then on the Vendy marketplace, on the other side of the screen, you will see that we do that as well. So you can filter on curated content, and that curated content is where we have a contract address linked that is verified so that you are sure that you buy the actual NFT of that actual project that you think you're buying the NFT from. More importantly, the 1% NFTs that will do well, how to find them and how to already invest them, how to find those NFTs like the Aave, those very worthy lands, the really expensive CryptoKitties or the Meebits before they are mainstream. And even better, how to find a CryptoPunk when the CryptoPunk was worth a few dollars, because now the cheapest CryptoPunk is I think it's in ETH, it's 15 ETH, so it's pretty expensive. The NFT industry, how it looks like today is a lot of gaming. So we see Axie Infinity like having a big chunk of the NFT industry, Decentraland, CryptoPunks as well, and then Sandbox, CryptoVoxels, Super Rare. So a lot of gaming and art projects, collectibles are now in the NFT industry. But like the panel said, like in the future will be a lot of ticketing, will be DeFi token protocols that you hold an NFT for. Could be lands, like physical lands that is turned into an NFT. So this map will change in the coming years, of course. The NFT industry in terms of sales. So we see, again, gaming, art, and metaverses in amount of sales. So in meaning in sale volume are the biggest ones, but then in the amount of transactions, gaming is the biggest. And I believe that gaming will lead the market of the NFTs, will be the best use case for now to explain NFTs and to get mass adoption on NFTs. And when you look at primary and secondary sales on those ones, you already see that 3/4 is secondary sales. So people trade those NFTs. So that's great for people to get educated on those NFTs, to buy, to purchase and sell them again. So trading NFTs on a secondary market. So how to see if those NFTs are worth something before you start investing in them? A good guide is DepRadar, where you can see volume on the NFT projects. So there you can see Axie Infinity has a lot of volume, has a lot of traders, has a lot of holders of those NFTs, followed by NBA Top Shot, Bored Ape Yacht Club, CryptoPunks, etc., etc. So if you see a lot of volume there, then you know that there is a lot of trading and demand. So you know that it's more liquid as an NFT project. So if you purchase an NFT, you can easily sell it again at the same price. Other things to look at is the interoperability of the NFTs and the standards. So in the future, especially in gaming and metaverses, you will see NFTs that you can use in different games or metaverses. So the more they can be used in other side applications, the more worth that those NFTs will be, and the more sustainable that they will be. You can also check if they are built with the correct standards to know, okay, the underlying asset or the visual, where is it stored? Is it IPFS or is it somewhere else? Is it decentralized enough to be sure, yeah, that you hold the contract, but that you also hold the things behind the contract, or still have access to it, even if a company is gone. Then another one good to know is if there are decentralized autonomous organizations around those NFT projects, like Meebits. Meebits DAO is like a group of, like a community of people that are building things for Meebits. So this is good. It's keep bringing more word to the Meebits. Meebits is the second, well, not the second, but is maybe the second biggest projects of Larva Labs after CryptoPunks. So there they create Meebits, and now you see a DAO organizing applications and making stuff for those Meebits. So that's exciting to see, and it's bringing a lot of work to them. Metaverses, can those NFTs be used or showcased in a metaverse? If you have art, can it be linked to a specific metaverse? Are there exhibition places in those metaverses for that art? That's interesting to see. Is it going to be worth something fractionalizing it and then showcasing it in metaverse? Can you get incomes from that NFT that's showcased in the metaverse? Those are important things to know to know the worth of the NFT that you bought. Then on which blockchain is the NFT minted is an important one. Is it sustainable? What I'm always looking at is the blockchain fit for the transaction costs? If it's Ethereum and it's a game and you want to swap it often, then it's not going to be fit. So there you would need a blockchain like Polygon. Then the speed of transaction, is it fast enough? If you want to transact in real time again in a game, then you need a high-speed blockchain that's underlying the project. Security, scalability, and sustainability. It's going to be sustainable for mass adoption or not. Community is a big one, especially if you look at art. If you buy art NFT or collectibles NFT, then check the community. How big is the community on Discord or on the follower base on Twitter? And for artists, also often look at, is the artist classic artists like we know them from before 2018, I would say, or are they digital NFT-based artists? Because now artwork that is NFT first or digital first is way more interesting, in my opinion, than just regular art that is taken a picture of and minted as an NFT. Then investment, is it a good investment if there's like a bonding curve? And if you know, like here, super awesome project, Voxel Deus, so they sell in the beginning at 0.1 ETH, now they're selling at 0.9 ETH. You know that in the beginning, those early buyers will sell, maybe they will cash out early and do a 2x and sell it for 0.2 ETH. Then they're still having 100% profit, and it's still cheaper than those second buyers, the second tier of buyers. So to counter this, they did a randomization minter. So you purchase one and then you get a random one that could be worth extremely way more than one that's purchased before. So this is interesting to see. And then also bots, is it bot proof, or are bots, or is it vulnerable for bots to mint all those NFTs and store them and then to dump them on the secondary market? So that's interesting to see as well. And then, the last, but the most important, I would say, like the two most important things are the following ones. One is a project. Do you believe in a project? Does it make sense? Like collectibles make sense, like gaming. There is a huge market for sport collectibles and fan cards and fantasy sports. So it makes total sense to have NFTs and for games like Sorare to be super successful because it's logical and there is a clear reason why it should be NFTs and it's not only a gimmick. And then the utility. Is the NFT has it in utility, like in Formula One Delta, you see that people are getting wages from those NFTs, racing the cars, getting income. But Axie Infinity is also a super good example. So you have the utility because you can play the game, you can earn from playing, but you also have the utility that you can lend or borrow Axie, so that you can again earn from that as well. So the utility there is huge, and then you see the NFT as an investment that can give you recurring revenue and passive income. Maybe in the case of Axie Infinity, if you lend it out to Axie farms or X farms. I don't know if I see it right, but yeah, utility is together with the project super important one. Closing thoughts, because I don't have so much time. One, I believe almost all of the NFTs are still overpriced. Yeah, we're going to see price coming down, not for all projects. I'm not saying that CryptoPunks will be cheaper in the future, but a lot of the NFTs are overpriced now. Lots of projects should not have NFTs. A lot of them are a gimmick, and I don't see a clear reason why it should be an NFT. But then again, gimmick is good for education. So we need those gimmick things. We need to test things out. We need to send each other NFTs and to mint our own. It's super good for to get educated. Then 4, gaming is one of the best use cases for NFTs, but we're still super early. Often compare gaming or blockchain gaming now to Super Mario in the 90s. So we're still in the MVPs of gaming, but strong teams, well-funded teams are building. And 5, NFTs will be a huge industry once we are past that hype. Explained in previous panel really well on the long term. And then great things are being built and funded. So I don't see any future without NFTs, but yeah, what those NFTs will be and what industries, that's to be seen on what the industry is going to be building. But I'm definitely a big believer in gaming and other types of NFTs as well. So thanks for watching and listening. If you want to get the presentation, you can download it via get.venue.io /NFT WTF for the event. So you're free to download it as well. And I think if everything's right, I can hop to a Q&A.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation and this great overview around the current project. I also love the closing thoughts. So you summed up everything essential what we had to learn. For our attendees, visitors, I can tell that you can ask questions on our YouTube stream or at our Telegram channel. So let's move to a long-awaited second panel discussion. It is really exciting. That's going to be a talk regarding the current state of the NFT world in the eyes of the artist, marketplace owner, and a well-known investor. So again, I'm spending the precious airtime. So let's move to our speakers. I'd like to introduce our moderator, Stefania. She's the head of entertainment partnerships at Anrkeyx.
NFTs Now. Artists, marketplace, and investor talk about the current ecosystem.
Hi there. So I hope, excuse me, I hope the sound quality is back.
Yeah, it's okay.
Great. So I'm so excited about this panel, and I'm going to have everybody briefly introduce themselves. But first, I want to just introduce myself again, since it was choppy. I'm Peg Samuel. I work at Anrkeyx in gaming NFTs. It's a DeFi game. And I've been digital since the 90s. So I did the first internet boom, and blockchain it reminds me of that same energy. And I've been in NFTs since 2017. I taught myself how to use the wallet with buying crypto kitties and crypto punks, and have been interested in this subject for quite a while. So I'm loving where it's going. And this conversation, I'm really psyched to hear and learn about learn about everything that you guys are thinking. So why don't we just say a quick hello from each of you, and yeah, just a quick hello from each of you, and you can even mention your current project. Miko, you want to go first?
Sure. I guess I'm the token investor here. I'm Miko with Gumi Cryptos Capital. We actually led a very early round in OpenSea. So Alex and Devin, met them in San Francisco at our meetup that we host, and I think that we are also early investors in YGG, or Yield Guild Games. So we definitely are super excited about this space, and I think I'll just leave it at that.
Great. Olive?
Hi everyone, I'm Olive. I'm a visual artist, and I've been in the space since 2018, more or less, as a founder and as an artist, essentially. I guess in the 3-4 years, I've seen a lot happening in the space, and basically, I'm excited for what the future holds.
Zach?
Hey everyone, my name is Zach Burks. I'm the founder and CEO of Mintable. Mintable is an open marketplace for anyone to go on and create and mint, trade, buy, sell all their NFTs. We're the most flexible platform for creators, so it's really good for if you want to kind of stand out from the traditional kind of GIF or JPEG options that you have on other platforms. You can do all sorts of stuff on ours. So yeah, it's a little bit about me. I've been in blockchain since 2012, 2013. I've been in NFTs since 2017. Yeah.
Excellent. Steffi? Oh, we can't hear you.
Right, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Thank you so much, Peg, and it's lovely to be here. So my name is Steffi, and I've been involved in cryptocurrency from 2016. So I run a PR agency, and I've been working with a public listed company. And when the blockchain big boom of 2016 and 17 came about, I got involved into the space, working with different kinds of projects, many ICOs, and obviously last year got into DeFi and then the NFT mainly from a PR angle, because I have got a podcast where I interview different kind of project, try to give to people or anybody that is interested into the crypto space basically a kind of like a different insight into the space. So what are the new projects, what actually NFTs is, and breaking down on some very important concept, because DeFi, NFT, they become like a buzzword, but it is important to educate people the value and the opportunity they open in a world that is actually developing thanks to technology. So it is great to be here and have on the panel such amazing people working on new projects. So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, Krista, would you like to quickly introduce yourself? Thank you we're psyched to see you.
Hi there, hi. Thank you for having me. I'm a digital artist. I have been practicing digital art since 2013. I recently minted the first NFT digital house in the world called the Mars House. I'm very much interested in the next generation of NFTs going into the metaverse, and the Mars House really is a harbinger and perhaps a catalyst for the upcoming lifestyle that we will have, which is XR, integrating virtual reality, augmented reality into our physical reality.
Amazing. Okay, so we have so many amazing people and limited time, so I want to just kind of jump right in. Olive, I mean, everybody's come in early days for this ecosystem, but Olive, can you tell us what caught your eye at first and like where you see things today in NFTs?
Well, great question. I guess I understood the implications of the technology long term. I've always believed digital assets, in a sense, on par with the real one, tangible ones. real ones is not the right word. Tangible assets, and a lot of digital art has been undervalued historically for no apparent reason, only that the argument that it would be copied easily, copy-paste and whatnot. So when I heard about blockchain technology, and especially about ERC 721 standard for Ethereum smart contracts, I was like, yeah, that's the answer. That's as simple as that. Now the provenance can be recorded, ownership and all can be securely stored on blockchain. So I guess that's I saw the path forward. Digital art was the first wave. Obviously, it took the world by storm. It was super, super exciting to see. I think next wave are gonna be gaming, branding. I mean, it's gonna be $1 trillion industry. I'm super, super excited. And
Yeah.
I mean, being here is a great honor, and creating in this space for such a long, long time. I don't know, it's pretty special.
Yeah, I agree. There's so many applications coming. So let's fast forward to Krista and talk about a little bit more deeply about selling the first house.
Oh, yes. So the process began during the height of the COVID crisis. It was last March when I began to really, become very motivated to create my dream home. And so I wanted to create a dream home that expressed my design philosophies and artistic expression of digital Zen. I want to bring mindfulness and a sublime experience into the digital realm as digital as a medium. So for me, I wanted to create a house that heals using the ceiling and the floors as LED substrates. And I believe that in the future, architecture will, in fact, integrate complete substrates that cover the entire ceiling, floors, and walls of buildings and houses, because we're so into digital now. And so the house really was completed between March and May. And then December rolls around, and I became very concerned with the overprinting of fiat currencies around the world and the looming disaster that would cause. So I began to research Bitcoin and Ethereum for my own personal investment strategy. And I became very inspired by the movement of decentralization through blockchain, building trustless-based systems around the world. And so basically, I began to research blockchain for art. I discovered NFTs. Immediately, I discovered super rare. I signed up and I became whitelisted for February intake, and I minted my first piece in February. But I decided to mint the Mars House in March after about a month of really analyzing the landscape of NFTs. Very nascent space. I would say that the current structures of the platforms that exist right now are just the first generation. And so I can foresee that the Mars House, which I already intended to build as an AR and VR experience in the future, can actually be minted and sold as an AR VR metaverse home. Because I also had a meeting with the CEO of Super World app, and they are the global AR interface of the world. And immediately after meeting Rish Lutlikar, I also became the global ambassador. And I knew that there is a future home for Mars House, which is why I minted it as the first NFT home.
So great. Zach, so speaking about minting here, can you talk a little bit about minting things to the blockchain? It's very easy. I figured it out like right after I watched all the Mark Cuban buzz. And just also maybe discuss a little bit about the secondary market and what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, minting wasn't easy before, back in like 2018. It was very hard. You had to be a programmer, right? And that's actually how, in 2017, I kind of fell in love with NFTs. And when I made Mintable, that's how we got started. Was I wanted to make a tool for people to make NFTs that didn't know how to, code. And this was before crypto art kind of took off. And so now, there's a lot of different options to mint. With Mintable, we try to do a very familiar experience. So we look at, Etsy and eBay and Amazon, and we say, okay, when you want to sell some jewelry on Etsy, what is that process like? And how can we replicate that so it's a familiar experience and there's not that blockchain hurdle? One of the things that we ended up creating was gasless minting. And this is really, really cool tech because this allows for you to make an NFT on the Ethereum blockchain without a transaction, right? And so you control it, you own it, it's in your wallet, you can do with it whatever you want. We don't, it's not centralized, it's not custody, it's not on a layer 2. And so this is really pivotal because this allows the mass market, right? We have a mom test. We say, can my mom make an NFT, right? My mom's a construction worker. She can barely use Facebook, but we want to build things that she can use. And we do that for every features, can my mom use this? And so gasless minting, it allows people that have no crypto get involved. And so we see, about 20% to 30% of our sellers that are making NFTs have zero crypto in their wallets. We assume that they just downloaded MetaMask, that they've never signed up on Coinbase, they've never used Kraken or Gemini, they've never invested in crypto. But now they can make an NFT, and when that NFT sells, they're getting their very first Ethereum without ever having to invest. And we've kind of turned that adoption curve on its head, where instead of going to Coinbase, investing your own hard-earned money, making a lot of money on it, and a year later deciding, let me go explore the ecosystem, now people can dive right in and make an NFT within 2 minutes without ever having to purchase crypto, and they can earn crypto doing that. So it's really, really powerful. And then of course the secondary market is an aspect that you have to deeply consider in terms of how can you stand out, right? Back in the day, I was the first person to make money on CryptoKitties. It's a really weird NFT flex. And I've got a lot of CryptoKitties, right? And if I want to sell them, there's no way for me to stand out from the other CryptoKitties, right? It's just when I list it for sale, it's CryptoKitty 2,731, and that's it. And I got an image of it, right? The attributes, if you dive in, you can see those, but there's no way for me to stand out on the browsing page like a seller on Amazon would try to do. So we built something akin to this, right? We looked at Amazon and we said, what is Amazon doing that we can replicate? And so if I want to go sell my CryptoKitty on Mintable, I can put my own title, my own description, subtitles, tags, categories. I can even upload additional content. So maybe I want to, make some sort of explainer text or some sort of graphic, and to catch someone's eye so that they know, okay, I should pay attention to this CryptoKitty, right? I can convey my story, and this is really important for secondary sales because when you have a project that's got thousands and thousands of items, and there's no way to differentiate your item between other items, your chances of conversions are very low. And that's why you'll find that a lot of people in the NFT space that are not, super famous artists, all they can do is just promote it on social media, just constantly posting it left and right, because there's no way for them to stand out in that marketplace. But what's interesting is you don't see that on Amazon. You never see Amazon sellers promoting their items on Twitter, right? They have other means to promote it, such as on their website and with affiliate links, but you don't see them shilling it. And that's because there's a way for them to stand out within Amazon itself. So we try to build that for that secondary market. And we think that that's really important.
I like that a lot because I feel that the having mass adoption has always been one of my fun things to think that that's going to be my goal. And the fiat gateway for a few things, even though I also know crypto, it's just easier and quicker sometimes for me to pay with my credit card on the various platforms because I don't have to look and see if I have, right? And I really like that. And I like your point about storytelling. Some of the NFTs coming out there is a story to tell around the piece of, especially if it's a piece of, I used to just call it art in the blockchain because actually until even when I spoke on something in 2020, other than us in the crypto universe didn't know, NFT. I just said art and blockchain. Miko and Steffi, I want to ask you, with the NFT market so frothy, what are your thoughts on the current landscape?
I'll start and then hand off to Steffi. I'll try to keep my comments brief. So I do think we're crazily early with the technology. I do think that that if you think about the emergence of patronage as these wealthy kind of sovereigns come, we're really seeing the recapitulation of like a renaissance, right? So in a sense, the high end is really things like the Catholic Church hiring the Ninja Turtles like Michelangelo, so that's the high end, right? But the thing that I wanted to also underscore is the rise of the guilds. So, a super interesting thing I want you all to kind of know about is I want you to Google or go to YouTube and look for the Play to Earn documentary, which is sponsored by one of our portfolio companies, Guild Games, because what they're doing is they're allowing people, largely in the Philippines, but also in Indonesia and Brazil, to play NFT video games to earn livelihoods. So, they have actually literally thousands of people earning their, doing pretty much fully online work in the metaverse. So, I just want to draw attention to that as something that's not frothy and very real and helping very real people, thousands of very real people. So, check out Play to Earn documentary. So that's my comment, and I'll hand out over to Steffi.
Miko, I think you just hit a very important point. The technology is very early, and yes, we have seen an hype in NFTs because it's basically what's happened in DeFi last year. So everybody just jump in. But I think one of the very important things is to understand what an NFT is and the value that carries. And I think that this is not really understood by everybody. And there is a much more important element of ownership that is changing in a world that is more decentralized and is empowering people. So it's not just about the art industry that should look at NFTs, but there is also the fashion industry that should look at, which is an area that I'm very interested in, and many other industry that for instance, even the real estate. So it's a different kind of ownership, it's a complex concept, and it's something that I would say to project, don't just jump in and try to use the word NFT because it's cool. You need to really understand the fundamentals and come out with a very solid use case, and that is something that can attract to investors, because we are not in 2017 when everybody is there giving money to everybody. And I think this is something important for everybody to understand. It is a space that is maturing, and you need to start from the fundamental. Understanding is the base in order to develop anything that has got a longer lasting impact in the economy and in the world. So this is my comment, and yeah, I think it's very exciting space.
Yeah, I love that. That's actually what had got me interested in blockchain in the first place, like the financial implications, not just for us that are already prospering, but in other places where people can earn or get money easier, the unbanked. Miko, to follow up on that question, what projects excite you to potentially invest in? Like, do you look kind of in the sector, or do you have several verticals within that you like to see?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely very excited about the gaming and metaverse future reality segment. But one of the things we're very cautious about is that we think that the underlying blockchain technologies will continue to be highly fragmented. So there's so many blockchains that want to host NFTs, and that will be fragmented. And I think because of that, a little difficult to invest in platforms. We do think that experience environments will be fragmented, right? So, that's another thing. So individual game titles, or if something claims to be like the metaverse or I think anything that claims to be the universal metaverse, I think is probably pushing it, because we think experience environments will also be fragmented. So, Yield Guild is horizontal because it captures players, and OpenSea is horizontal because it captures cross blockchain buying marketplace, right? So we really look, when we invest, we really look for, horizontal plays rather than, things that are trapped in these fragmented vertical segments of experiences and in blockchain infrastructure.
I like that. Olive and Krista, I have a question for you. We can start with Olive. When you guys are working in your, as artists, do you work like solo, or do you have a whole team that brings your projects together?
Thanks for the question. That's pretty interesting. Nobody ever asked that. I work solo.
Okay.
Yep. I don't have a team of about 20 people. I kind of wish, honestly. I feel like now is the time to get like a bit of help with this and that. Yeah, but I'm used to working solo. Yes.
And Krista?
Yes, I actually work with teams. I do work solo in developing my ideas, obviously, but in terms of execution, I do have a studio that I work with, and I just find that right now it's all about co-creation and collaboration in the space. In this space, it is really about co-creation. So we all have to be open to that.
So my next question's open for, anyone really, but maybe, Zach, Steffi, Miko. I know there's investment in projects, but is there investment in people in terms of not just say like back to like a musician and an agent or manager, but in terms of artists pulling together teams or resources in order to create?
I think that that's a sort of a bleeding edge topic, right? Which is, I think that there are social tokens. So I think we are seeing the emergence of the investment paradigm in individual humans. If you think about the project investment paradigm of early stage venture capital, like our fund, we're super, super, super focused on the humans, but we tend to focus on, humans that are part of teams and projects.
Miko, I'm going to follow up on that, and I think that what this technology has brought up is actually the opportunity for artists to get funded and have the opportunity to actually realize something. So I think what Krista brought up about co-creation, this is really something very important now, because it's not just about artists trying to do something themselves, but it's like join forces to experiment. So as we said before, the technology is very early, and we are still experimenting on how we can actually change the ecosystem, we can change the structure. For instance, in fashion, if you see brands like Adidas and Gucci, they are experimenting with NFTs, but we don't know how those brands are gonna increase their revenue stream through, for instance, digital fashion. We still don't know what that is going to be, how it's going to happen. And I think co-creation, experimenting together, is so crucial at the moment, because that's the way that you can create more opportunity, and you will see the result is going to bring. So great opportunity also for artists to come out and say, right, now I'm going to be able to monetize my work. I'm going to be able to get funded. And I think there are platforms out there that give you that opportunity. All the NFT marketplace, or a company, for instance, like a project like Valuable, where you could, if you have a great tweet, you can actually monetize your tweet. I mean, let's forget about Jack Dorsey's first tweet, but if somebody has got some very important statement, it can actually monetize on that. Anybody can monetize on their work. This is so important, and is the fundamental of the development in the NFT space.
So I wanted to react. Sorry, I wanted to react super quick. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add basically that the next generation of NFTs, as I'd mentioned, is going into XR. And on Super World, we actually can see soon we're going to have glasses, in AR glasses. So within the next 3 years, we can foresee that we're going to have an XR lifestyle. Okay, so NFTs are going to go beyond art. They're going to go into experiences. And if you consider what the creative economy will be around 3D digital assets that are programmable, then we can actually expand into architecture, skins for our homes, interiors. We can talk about digital fashion. We can see each other's fashion, garments, sneakers, and everything is interactive. And think about also the experience economy of parties, or anything you buy at the dollar store for like 1 hour of fun, you can actually have as an AR experience, and also XR. So a lot of brands now are actually coming to us, and they're asking us how to really expand their brand experience and possibilities of engaging their community and co-creating the brand through VR and AR, because in the future, we're going to have seamless transition between XR, the real world, and AR.
So Steffi, you said a word earlier that I really appreciated a lot, and then you said one that I didn't like as much. So the word that you used that I liked a lot was ownership, and I think ownership is really central because in a sense we're all trapped in an extractive paradigm, economic paradigm, right? So ownership is the opposite. It's the reversal of the extractive paradigm, and it's what the promise of this technology is to me. But I would say that the word that I didn't like so much was monetize, right? Because the word monetize comes out, like when you think about things like gamification, right? Like gamification is an extractive word, right? Like really what we're talking about is that everything in the future will be a game, right? So that's different from gamification. Monetization, it's actually that the artists will have ownership, right? And that they'll have a stake, right? And I think that's the thing that I like. So linguistically, that's all I'm saying. I think what you're really trying to say, I'm sure, is very aligned to that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there is also a different kind of, the language has to change as well. And the way we use word to express this changing, ever-changing environment is going to adapt as well. So it's a great point that you raised, actually, Miko. Thank you so much.
Amazing. And Zach, to swing back your way, what are you seeing in terms of, I know a lot of with your platform, people can DIY, but what are you seeing in terms of, do you have, an extra comment around this with like artists / groups / where we've gone with this current stream of thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think that there's a few actual, I don't know if I call them funds, you kind of could, funds, DAOs, projects, awesome people that are supporting artists by, here in Southeast Asia, I think, Gabby, a very well-known NFT collector, he started a fund for Southeast Asian artists who, maybe they can't afford to do their first mint. And so with this fund, and there's other ones like it, they will, support the artist, they will invest in that artist so that they can start creating art. And I do believe they get a little bit of the NFTs. I could be wrong, but I believe that is something that they're doing just to recoup the costs. In terms of us, I was actually in a Clubhouse talk, and I was talking with some different people, and one person in the NFT space asked for a collaboration system to find maybe a musician for their 3D NFT, or maybe they want to, turn their 2D into a 3D, and they want to collaborate with someone. And so this is something that we've added to our, our list of things that we're rolling out, which is a cool collaboration system so that you can, work together with other people across the platform. And that's really special with us because we have over, I think as of like this week, like 220,000 people on our platform that have created accounts. We've got over 500,000 NFTs that have been made on our platform. And so when we allow that creative avenue for people to start working together, right? It already helps that we have like direct messaging, which is really cool. But something like this, I think, is really important because there is really no place that NFT creators can kind of work together in a, there's all these Discord communities, there's Telegram groups, and there's Twitter, of course. But there's no kind of job posting where I can say, hey, I'm a musician. Anyone need my help? Or, hey, I'm looking for a musician. I'd like to split it 50-50 if we sell the NFT, right? So I think these are really cool things in terms of the ecosystem and that supporting of each other and supporting artists.
Excellent. I could listen to you guys for another hour. So we're almost out of time. So my final question, and it's almost like a fire round for each person to say so, since we're almost out of time here. What, we're not the future. Our panel is not the future of NFTs, but, the here and now, although the future is super exciting. So I just want to, the question is, what excites you the most right now about the ecosystem? And we can start with Miko, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm most excited actually about Yield Guild Games. So, take a note of the name, check it out. What they're doing in the Philippines to help people who've been affected by COVID is super real. Like, it's just a real thing that's happening that they're earning, to help their families. And so, I think you should check it out. Play to Earn documentary. It's really stunning, and it's a super great use case.
Amazing. Say the yield one more time for us.
It's called Yield Guild Games, and it's
Thank you.
the documentary is the Play to Earn documentary.
Totally. I have it written down now. Hopefully everybody else does too. Olive?
Well, the multitude of things. I guess a general way the society is changing thanks for technology, post-pandemic realizations, and so on and so forth. I feel like right now people are realizing the importance of the community and design of the community, building it. It's super, super crucial going forward in the future. And I see a lot of innovations in that realm. I'm excited about DAOs, different DeFi, decentralized finance tools that actually bring opportunities closer to more and more people. That's pretty fascinating. I mean, aspect of cryptocurrency and blockchain, I mean, NFT, whatever was happening. Well, when it comes to NFTs, I'm excited for its implication in the art world. Seemingly, antiquated world is changing right now, and that's major, it really is. And royalties are in place. A lot of galleries are building NFT platforms. It's pretty fascinating that digital art now is as valuable as tangible. That hasn't happened before, and that's amazing to see. What else? Yeah, I guess. I'm excited for what the future holds because it's gonna be massive in like a year or two. The space is not gonna be recognizable right now. It's just early days. I feel like so many companies, so many gaming companies, metaverses will emerge and it's just gonna be huge. It's incredible, and I'm excited to be here. And thanks for having me on this panel. That was interesting.
Yeah, thank you, Steffi.
I'm going to be brief. I'm really excited about the metaverse. So how actually is going to happen, because we know it's been something that is in the gaming industry already, but it's getting out. And I'm really interested to see how it's going to be implemented, really. That's my thing that I'm most excited about.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Krista?
Oh, yes. So I'm interested in two things. I believe that the NFT can be a positive vehicle for social change because you're changing the economic system of selling art, and therefore you can actually reinvest as an artist with the capital that you earn from your art into social capital, back into the communities. The sale of the Mars House, the majority of the sale of that of the artwork is put into the Continuum Foundation, which is funding a world tour of meditative sound and light healing installations around the world. We're starting in Toronto on August 20th to 22nd. We're going to Venice the week of September 13th, and then Miami during the first week of December. And we can actually, if you really think about it, if every artist can actually attach a percentage of their sale to a worthy cause or just be a champion of a cause, I think that would be very meaningful, especially when you have DAOs that can also get behind the art and the social impact of the art. And the second thing I'm very interested in is the metaverse and the actual social global change that it will actually usher into the landscape. You're going to have a transcendent cultural revolution where you already have young people on Roblox having social interaction and getting used to that environment. We're going to bring that more into the fore with the metaverse and actual social interaction within our AR interface in the real world. This is going to create a transcendent culture that transcends traditional separations and divisions that we are used to: religion, race, nation state, et cetera, et cetera. So it's quite fascinating.
Yes. Zach?
I can't really pinpoint anything in particular because I can't see the future. And I know that a lot of things have changed. Every year something changes, right? Last year we did $330 million globally for NFT sales. This year we're already at 2.5 billion and above. So probably 3.5 billion this year. It's almost a tenfold increase, right, in terms of interest. We just did a drop with CNBC, and I never ever thought that we would be on CNBC doing an NFT drop with them, right? So the industry right now is growing really rapidly, and there's no way to know what the future holds. You might see next year you're using NFTs in your daily life for things like coupons or tickets or registration, different documentation, right? And so there's really no way to know, but I'm glad that I'm in the NFT space.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I mean, if I say it really quickly, I think for me, the most interesting thing right now that's coming is the utility. And I also do like that the artists get paid, in perpetuity as things resell in the secondary market. That was exciting. And then just all of the things that, are being thought about and discussed about right now, watching them come to fruition. So I want to thank all of you guys again for joining and doing a little bit of a longer session. This was really fascinating and exciting. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Peg. It was a remarkable discussion. I loved it so much. And I also thank you, Miko. Thank you, Olive. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Kim. Amazing. Yeah, I like the lineup very much. Yeah, and yeah, we had to see the NFT topic from the different angles. So that's amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time. Okay, so okay, I'm back online, I guess. Okay, so we are moving forward, and our next speaker is PhD Chang Dao, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Arkane. He's going to speak about NFT originality proof.
NFT Originality Proof with AI and NFT Tokenization Launchpad for Artists. Chang Dao, PhD, CEO and co-founder of Arkane.
So, hello everyone. I'm Chung's CEO of Arkane. So today it's our honor to be here to present a topic related to the NFT. So so let me show. So what we want to present today is about the originality of NFT and also the launchpad for any NFT asset. So let me show my slide first, right? Okay, so I think it worked well, right? So yeah, the topic I want to talk today is NFT originality proof with AI and NFT for assets. So you know that the Arkane is the first AI oracle, and we a combination of AI and blockchains. So we provide the AI service and the AI oracle service to blockchain and also regular applications. So for example, we have an AI private for the any DeFi projects, and we have also have the NFT originality Oracle service and NFT private to DeFi lending. And today we would like to focus on what is the originality of the NFT, and also we want to combine the NFT and DeFi together. So how it works. So yeah, let's see some problem we see recently is NFT sale, and there's many celebrity. So they have a image or photo, and then someone from internet will upload their photo somewhere and sell it, and they can sell on OpenSea or Rarible without any permissions. So yeah, there's some serious thing happen now on the NFT world. And yeah, so when we someone stole the artwork from someone, so they can sell with a very high price, especially with a very famous and popular artists or celebrities, and even for tweet on the Twitter. So someone also sells the tweet to other people without any permission from the owner. And here complaint from quite famous guy, and he said that his tweet it's sold to other people, and And so that's why we think that that's a problem now in the NFT world, and we also consider that it's how we can check the origins of the NFT. So that's why now we provide in our tool to check that it's a similarity between two NFT, and that's necessary to cross all of the NFT from OpenSea or Readable and also other popular marketplace, and you can see that it's on the our slide here. So there's many similar NFT. We already checked it on many common marketplace. Okay, so yeah, so we saw that there's problem of the NFT marketplace and NFT sale or binding now on the markets. So the first one is related to the origins problem. So how we can determine the authenticity or origins of the one artwork, and also is one NFT can be exist in one's platform like Ethereum, but someone is swapped to the Binance Smart Chains and sells on the one marketplace on Binance Smart Chain. So how we can control that activity and how we can do the swapping from different blockchain to other blockchains, and it makes that become just only unique artwork to sell. And we also detect that is a royalty problem. So how people can have the financial benefit from continue to contribute to the build system or to provide the NFT utility, and especially in the music domains, the royalty from the original author is very important. And we also detect that it's one more problem. It's from the how we can make the DeFi work with the NFT, and for example, we want to do the fractional ownership, and we want to do the lending and borrowing, and also doing the NFT yield farming, and those kind of activities from the DeFi world, if can combine to the NFT, so that is very nice. And based on those problems, so we think that there's one solution from our origins. So the ARI is the one product from the origins. So it focuses on the solve the problem of NFT originality, and also it helps to make DeFi possible for the NFT. And so we now positioning ourselves between the three aspects: AI, NFT, DeFi, and Origin can help to provide the AI record to determine that the authenticity and a type origins for any artwork it minted on Origin or on any other blockchain platforms. And so our solution here, we make a platform. Is our platform is launched in the end of May, and it's now it's running now, and we have almost 1,000 NFT already minted on our platforms. And yeah, on our platform AI Rise, so user can generate AI NFT. They can protect the origins with the copyrights, and they can trade tokenize any artwork using our NFT Garry. And yeah, so in the near future, we want to build a royalty mechanism to contribute on-chain to the multiple author in the NFT assets like music or art. And so yeah, so let's see some kind of feature we combine the AI, NFT, and DeFi together. The first one I think is very important is we provide AI Oracle service. And we provide kind of many Oracle service like originality check, the content-based classification, NFT origin proof, and we have a 3 million of NFT database, and we also can provide the NFT private. And not only the AI Rocco service, so we also focus on the NFT marketplace. And the very important thing is that we also do the DeFi for NFT. And we have a concept of the Garry, and that is also now it's running and available on our AI platforms. So it helps to tokenize any collection of NFT, and the owner can trade, and other people can buy or sell NFT using the Garry tokens. And also we provide the farming to any NFT Garry, and the people is own our token on Arise. So we just to launch our token today. So just 1 hour ago, so we launched our IRE tokens. So it's a kind of governance token and EDD token on our AI platforms. And yeah, so we have several innovations. It already we already have the patent in the US for our technology in AIs and in DeFi technology for NFT. And yeah, so let's see the very also special thing in our AI Rise. So we provide the NFT tokenization launchpad for artists. So any artist or celebrity, so they want to open gallery or issues their own NFT. So we can provide the NFT gallery. So the artist or celebrity will tokenize their collection, and they will own the gallery token. So other people will buy and sell auction NFT using the Garry token. So it means that we have to provide the liquidity, and the user can trade and farm the Garry token on decentralized exchange like PancakeSwap on Binance Smart Chain. And they also get the passive income. So we collect the fee from the exhibitions and NFT lending, and anyone view or listen to the music in the NFT, so they need to pay something, right? And that's we call the passive income for the artist and celebrity. So they can use our NFT DeFi feature here. So we open some business opportunity and technical software launchpad. And yeah, so anyone, if you want to open the Garry with us, so we support opening the Garry and issue the Garry tokens. We also provide some initial locked liquidity to the Garry tokens, and the revenue from the selling NFT will be shared to you up to 80%. And we also have the chance to farm our IRE is the governance tokens on ARISE. And yeah, so we also have to design the unique Garry interface to different Garry, and many things that we can provide and promote your own Garry and NFT on our platforms. So yeah, so from our roadmaps, so we plan to solve many different problems like the NFT price Oracle service, and also marketplace on other blockchain platform. And also we provide very special thing is named copyright registration service on Q4 in this year, to make that it's any NFT issues on any marketplace or platform should be get the maybe the copyright registration from the AI, right? So yeah, so you can check our website AI, and you can see that is our solutions. So the AI is developed and operated by the Horizon team, and we provide the technologies related to AI and DeFi to the AI rights. And yeah, so I think that is our presentation to, and I hope that you get some interesting information from our presentation, and let us know anything you want to do and open the Garry. So contact us on this email on our. Thank you so much for your attention. So if I would like to answer any question if you have.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chandao, for such an insightful presentation and the opportunity for us to learn more about Array Chain. Now I would like to move on and yield the microphone to our next speaker. So, Maria, are you here? I would like, cool. So, Maria Fernandez, yeah, I would like to introduce you. Can I?
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. So Maria is an advisor to the board of directors at Golem Network, and also she serves as the founder and managing director of Aave Berlin. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, you are.
Awesome. Lovely. So I'm yielding the microphone to you, so please.
Driving value to the NFT marketplaces through curation, archiving, and artist support. Maria Fernandez, advisor at Golem Network, founder of ETH Berlin.
Hello, everyone. I'm gonna try to share my screen right now so I can give you a little presentation that I hope you enjoy. Maybe someone from technical can give me a hand. Oh, I found it. No worries. Great. All right, so my name is Maria Paula Fernandez. I work at Golem Factory GmbH and serve as the managing director at the Department of Decentralization, which has a very strong art and blockchain arm. And as well, I am the founder of JPEG protocol, which is a permissionless curation protocol. So today I'm gonna try to sort of talk about how I got into NFTs, what I have seen in the space, and what I'm doing so far in order to contribute and to create a more healthy experience for everyone, including artists and of course collectors, other roles around. So I'm just going to tell you about that too. So who am I? I'm working in blockchain since 2008. Golem, which I joined at the end of 2018, is 17. Sorry, is one of the very first projects in Ethereum. We actually were born at the same time, approximately as Ethereum, and then presented at DevCon 0. And that is actually how Golem is a P2P marketplace for computing power, which you might think has nothing to do with NFTs, but actually we do have some stuff to do with NFTs, especially when it comes to rendering, because everything takes heavy computation. But most importantly, Golem is an ecosystem player within Ethereum. So from the very beginning of Ethereum, we have been supporting the ecosystem. And that is how I actually discovered NFTs. I was helping Golem with the grants program. And one of the very first grants that we gave in that grants program was actually to an NFT project called Excellent. And that's how that piqued my interest. From there, I started the very first conference on NFTs, the NFT Summit in San Francisco back in the days where conferences were live and you actually had to wear pants to them. And I've never stopped researching. So also in 2018, I founded the Department of Decentralization in Berlin that, as I mentioned, has a very strong art arm, which is led by one of my collaborators, Tina, and I am the person that's supporting it. We curate exhibitions, we assemble cultural activities from big in-person festivals, so small sort of happenings in conferences and discussions as well. And one of the things that we have been doing with Tina, because she's a curator and I have a very big interest in art and I have studied about art a lot, is that we actually are reporting on the intersection of blockchain and art. We published 2 papers so far. One went out early 2019, and we reported on the many dynamics within blockchain and art, what was happening back then, very early in the marketplaces. And right now we published the second one, a follow-up with a status report on how the whole thing has evolved and the overlap of the cultural workforce with the cypherpunks. So I'm just going to share the link later. And if you like reading, then I'm going to give you a lot of reading material. So this year, as I mentioned before, the NFT boom, we were already working on the second report. And it took us a year to write it because of the whole boom was actually starting, and it was really hard to archive everything and to make the report timeless. So finally, we got to publish it just at the very start of sort of the Cambrian explosion of NFT and social tokens and so on in February. Then we launched an NFT residency program with Rarible, the platform. And I started my own project as well with two collaborators, Trent and Sam, which is JPEG, the first creation protocol. So yeah, I just love art and technology. So I'm going to tell you. So these are the names of the two reports that I did. One is There's No Such Thing as Blockchain Art. It's an ironic title, before you ask. And then the second one is Wanderer, about above a sea of FUD. Then Manifold is a residency, which I'm going to talk about later, and JPEG is my project. And 2022 is the time for us to reflect after the boom and think, how do we go from here? Which tools do we need to improve? And, what conclusions can we take after, a 2021 that's absolutely crazy in the NFT realm? So, as you may know, of course, 2020 and 2022 were sort of the tokenized renaissance, where we saw a lot of social tokens. We saw a lot of personal tokens as well. And we saw the creator economy, the third wave of the creator economy, being born. So basically, this is the time that the blockchain community met the art world and all of these thousands of creators that are coming into NFTs. And our technologies were known by the community and the art world. And we came up with a solution to the problem of the culture crisis that was brought in by, of course, circumstances of COVID. But also in 2020, 2021, what happened? It's a lot. So there's a crisis in the outside world. There is a lot of, new minting, a lot of promises, a great, bright future ahead with NFTs. But it's also very hard to sell sometimes. So what happens? The creatives are still under a lot of pressure, and our part as technologists is actually to help them. So I gather some conclusions from the art world that we could take into the NFT space to make it more sustainable and to make sure that this trend is not a trend, but a movement that's able to spread through the years. So the first one is that archiving is necessary. We need to expand beyond what's Clubhouse discussions, what is Twitter threads. We need to write reports. We need to be able to, store all this valuable information and insights and learnings and documentation that are coming from all of these overflow of construction and creation that is, the current NFT boom. The second one is to think, so the art world does this really well. Archives are really well known. Museums, I don't even have to tell you. So, we should strive for the same kind of, model. The same goes for thinking about longevity and sustainability, and especially when it comes to your practice. I know that some styles right now sell better than others, but if you are making an NFT and by making that NFT, you're completely changing your practice and your personal style, then probably that's not sustainable. And you should really think, is it worth selling a render that looks like people's, or is it better to preserve your authenticity? The third lesson here is that this is a free market by all means. It's about supply and demand, and there's a lot of people with a lot of capital, but people do need a lot of hand-holding and support. So help others set up wallets. If you don't know how to set up a wallet, by all means, join Discord where they can help you. Check that there are plenty of support networks, programs, and other structures designed to be able to help all of the creatives get into the space and stay here. And finally, that curation and discovery are necessary, because the same in the art world, a lot of people are artists, and a lot of people, and art can be many things. So there are some in the art world as well. There are tastemakers. In the NFT world, they're generally the collectors. And what they do is that they do a really hard work of finding out what is, meaningful, what is good, what is promising, and, curate it for you. Oh, this is not, okay. Yeah, I already talked about archiving, but let's dive a little bit deeper. So I have seen a lot of personal collection interfaces and gallery interfaces. The problem is that we all need to make sure that their infrastructure is equally decentralized and censorship resistant as the NFT, which is actually a smart contract. So you always have to make sure that storage is on, it's immutable. You always need to make sure that their front end is not gonna, get Cloudflared or crash at any given time. And because I think that storage is really important here. So that means where your NFT, like the visual part of your NFT lives, because you never know what's going to happen with that. Then another thing about archiving is writing and publishing. So yeah, I don't have to explain it again. It's really important to keep track and to build some sort of legacy. And for this, we need to write things for posterity to know what we have been doing in this sort of NFT hype. And finally, as well, I wanted to bring up that you should check the platforms as well where you're publishing or discussing meaningful things. Twitter and Clubhouse are very nice. Clubhouse is a thing of the moment. It's extremely ephemeral. Some of the conversations are not recorded. It's very like you drop in, you eavesdrop, and then you leave, and maybe the next day there's something else. And Twitter lasts, maybe a day if you're happy with, if you're lucky with a viral tweet. So make sure you also practice the art of long form. I suggest the Mirror platform, which is fantastic. And if you want to see some examples of everything that I'm telling you here, you can just head to those two websites. Those are part of my art practice, and I hope those are helpful as well. So the second point is curation. A lot of people talk about curation. Sometimes they talk about curation in the context of, like starting a Twitter thread, or selecting a few pieces inside of a marketplace. And I personally believe, and my team believes, that curations should be permissionless, open, cross-platform. So it's not enough to be able to curate on one NFT marketplace. You should be able to choose from all of the marketplaces and make your sort of like exhibition yourself. Incentivized, because curation is a job and it's very important. You are the tastemakers of the world, so you should be incentivized accordingly. And of course, if it can be on-chain and live forever, even if it's by means of a simple transaction history in a smart contract from an NFT, matters a lot. To this end, I am building with two of my colleagues the JPEG protocol that has all these characteristics. So yeah, I'm not going to stay here very long because I have a couple of minutes. So just check out that URL there. And finally, artist support. So with artist support, I'm talking about gas subsidies, how to build their community. It's very hard to sell your artwork, to fund creatives, to commission art pieces, and to advise them on, which are the best ways to preserve their practice authentic and sustainable. We just started a residency program that's called Manifold. The URL is there. Mint Fund also supports creative, and also check out Mirror because it allows you to crowdfund. So finally, some really cool NFT artists that my residency program is supporting. One is Mikey Woodbridge. We're gonna do a drop with him very, very soon. And the other one is Rhiannon Adam, who already has works in Foundation. So there's the links. Closing remarks, consider these rules revolutionaries. I'm going to post the presentation on offline because I don't have much time now. There are always winners or losers in a revolution. Do not compare early results with the long-term outcome. Successful insurgents tend to become overpowerful incumbents, and technologies of freedom can inevitably become technologies of control. So stay vigilant. Finally, those are my social links. Make sure to reach out, ask questions if you want. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria, for really deep talk. I'm sure our listeners will have some questions, and therefore I remind our attendees that they can ask their questions in our Telegram channel. You can see the address right on the highest link you can see in the description to our YouTube stream. Thank you again, Maria.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have to head next to our central panel discussion. So it is going to be about marketplaces. So are marketplaces the whole ecosystem or more of a competitors? Let's ask this question our participants. So let's welcome our moderator, Joel Dietz, the founder of Art Wallet. Joel?
Yeah, pleasure to be here today. I've been through many iterations of decentralized systems, from early Ethereum days, the kind of founding of MetaMask, to doing academic research through MIT. And currently, looking at what it takes to do secure long-term digital storage and insurance solutions, and a lot of the kind of upmarket solutions for the fine art world as they start to transition to doing this stuff. And it's really cool to see an abundance of different marketplaces, each which is focusing on some specific demographics or types, including a lot of transition from people who are not necessarily crypto native, but bringing in art from lots of other venues. So it's a very exciting time to be involved in blockchain.
Thank you for coming. We are excited to have you here. I know that you are in space for quite a while and also taking part in founding Ethereum, MetaMask. So yeah, really excited to see what's going to be discussed on this panel. I hope the other participants are already here. Natalie, do we have
Leading marketplaces, competitors or ecosystem?
Great. Well, maybe we can just start off by having each person introduce themselves and the marketplace that they work for, as well as what they think is the distinguishing feature of that marketplace, if you had to choose one, or maybe two.
I think I'm on the top of this little board here, at least on my computer. My name is Eric. I'm the founder of Artblocks, and we're concentrating on mostly on-chain generative NFT assets.
Amazing. Miguel, do you want to go next?
How's it going, guys? I'm Miguel Romero. I run digital communications at Nifty Gateway. Well, at Nifty, we call our NFTs Nifties, which are digital art and collectibles that people collect on the platform. We're curated, so that's a main difference between some of the other marketplaces on the NFT land. So it's good to be here today.
Great. Madison?
Awesome. Yeah, and I got to apologize if I start coughing. I'm a little bit sick, so heads up about that. I actually work for Consensus as an NFT researcher. While we don't have a specific marketplace, we do have a joint venture called Palm.io, which is a side chain to Ethereum, where marketplaces will be built on top of it.
Exciting. Sebastian?
Hey everyone, I'm the CEO and co-founder of The Sandbox, which is a gaming virtual world where players and creators can make 3D assets and game experience and use NFTs. The marketplace is one of the key products together with our NFT maker, our game maker, where artists can upload 3D assets that are in voxels and animated, and where game creators can buy them or collect them to use them with our game maker to publish experience into virtual land as part of our metaverse.
And Conlon?
Hello, I'm Conlon, CEO of Async Art. Async Art is an art marketplace built in Ethereum where creators can deconstruct their work into layers. And so layers are then tokenized, and you can have individual collectors own layers of a work, whether it's an image or a song. And then the creators can then imbue those layers with abilities so that collectors become part of the artwork themselves. So they can, state change or positional or rotate and actually manipulate the final overall work.
Yeah, very, very exciting. So maybe just the first question, which is the topic of this panel, how have you all found the space in general? Do you find that the different marketplaces are very competitive with each other, or the artists, and obviously people are reaching out to get attention, sale prices, but then it is a lot of artists kind of creating things a lot of times are new. So where do you find the competitive edge? Where do you find the kind of collaborative edge? So maybe start with you, Madison, because you're on the research side. So how would you see that from looking in at the space without necessarily having your own marketplace?
So I'm gonna have a different opinion, obviously, 'cause I don't run my own marketplace, or we don't run our own marketplace. I do view a lot of the marketplaces as directly competing with one another. They compete on a variety of factors, including effectively, I know artists and even the celebrities who have been entering that want to do NFTs. They want to know things like what's the web traffic of the actual marketplace I'll be auctioning my NFT. What's the distribution look like? How have sales gone successfully in the past? And I know, because I've talked and worked with some of these people in the past, that they are really trying to play the marketplaces off one another in deciding which path they want to go through, whether it be curated, whether it be open, and more importantly, how much effectively hype can the marketplace provide to their individual auction. Another area that I think the marketplaces significantly differentiate is the content storage of where the metadata related to that NFT is stored. And I think that will increasingly become a bigger issue that's not on the business side at all. It's purely on the tech side. But there are a lot of differentiations between them, and I do view them as competitors.
Anyone else want to comment on that?
Sure. Well, I tend to differ. At least maybe it depends on the use case, but in the sense for the Sandbox marketplace for us are very complementary to what we are doing. They are really participating into the discovery for the main asset and NFTs that are being made on Sandbox, but then they drive new users who, for example, if we are talking about virtual lands, you can buy lands in Sandbox on our primary marketplace, which is either a map or a traditional marketplace where you see product by their thumbnail. But anyone who hear about these NFTs, they do not enter necessarily by Sandbox first. They just come from OpenSea or Rarible or others who are like more generic marketplaces and contribute to drive user base to Sandbox in general. So the fact that we are into a decentralized ecosystem is actually beneficial for us. And even better, we are leveraging the marketplace by launching specific items on auction on some of them to gain invisibility as well. So really, they are more partner than a competitor to us. Second thing is also like, we are definitely using and partnering with the marketplace to display their NFTs into our virtual world. So just allowing anyone who has an NFT using their URL on OpenSea, Rarible, or Nifty Gateway to display it into Sandbox, and then interact with their NFTs into a new manner, visualize them into a 3D virtual world rather than the type of display you can see. So in that sense, we also participate into augmenting the experience that users can have with their NFTs, offering a new playground for them. And I think that make us really a more symbiotical relationship in that sense.
I'm gonna add to the competitive nature too, and thinking that, you know, right now when NFTs are kind of going through this crazy cycle, it feels a little different. I think that when things slow down a little bit, it'll feel a little bit maybe more competitive. For me, I haven't felt that. To me, there's like this dream where like someone drops on Art Blocks and they've already dropped on Async and they've dropped on Nifty, whatever. And like, it's like they go and they do these rounds, just like it happens in real art. You know, they kind of go to different gallerists and they open in different cities. And so I think while the industry is small enough, which I know for us it's explosive, but like it's still tiny, especially in the real art world. I think there's this beautiful rotation, this beautiful kind of round that the artist is making, that it's almost like if they get to deploy on each of these marketplaces, to me, they just get huge kudos for being accepted and for putting something together, especially for something like, you know, they can deploy a static image or an interactive GIF or something on a more traditional marketplace, but then you get to like Async, like it takes a lot of work to like put that together. Obviously for Art Blocks, like it's like a different process. So to see somebody deploy on all of them, I think is beautiful. Eventually that'll become saturated and maybe we're going to see a little bit more of a competitive nature. But for now, it's like, it doesn't bring me any more joy. I mean, it can't bring me more joy than to like go and buy a piece on one of these other marketplaces that one of the artists that we've launched produces.
If I can add, to add on to that, I mean, you know, tokenized art, it's not the same as just pure digital art, right? So when people come into this space, doing the rounds in different marketplaces, they're seeing like, oh, here's what the potential is with this new medium. So like it's in their best interest to just learn as an artist what's possible. And so yeah, we've seen that. You know, we've seen artists come onto Async and then they get deeper into into blockchain. They say, oh, I want to try some like on-chain art, and so the artist will go on to like, you know, Art Blocks and try and do some on-chain art, and so it just helps them develop as an artist to learn this medium.
And from Async thing, I mean, I'm familiar with your platform, but I haven't seen, you know, the details. I mean, what are the things that you found artists maybe that are in other worlds doing with Async that maybe they never thought of before, you know, and how is that?
So with Async, we're seeing that it's a really effective way to tell stories, more so than you could with just a single piece of media or a GIF. So, you know, one of our pieces that, you know, it actually won NFT of the year last year was Mika Johnson's Sovereignty. You know, it's a piece about, you know, Black youth in America and, you know, how Bitcoin can affect that. And the piece itself is time sensitive. So over the course of 12 years, it tells the story of these two kids who are growing up. And, you know, the piece will actually change over the course of 12 years with anniversary effects on their birthdays, with actual like layers that pop up where the viewer can participate by, you know, donating to a Bitcoin wallet and help fund these kids' college funds. And the piece also changes the day and night, so it roots itself in the Pacific time zone. So like that's where the kids are growing up in. And yeah, it's an effective way to tell stories. And so that's what we're leaning into.
So on a similar note of kind of collaboration or competition, do you think that NFT marketplaces are competing with the traditional fine art world, or is it a whole nother arena? And
I think it's just a longer process for them, but we're seeing traditional artists who are curious come in, you know, and digitize their work. You know, one artist has been a really successful story in that space, and I think he's just done work on almost all the platforms, is Trevor Jones. You know, he's traditionally an oil painter in the real world, and you know what he's done is he's collaborated with a digital artist. So you know he'll work with a digital artist in the space like Pac or A Lot of Money, who will digitize existing works of his in the fine art and then make it add some digital aspect to it. So I know he's done he did a piece on Async which is called ETH Boy, which was a oil painting of Vitalik. But then what A Lot of Money did was he took him in, and now the piece actually has hooks into parts of the Ethereum blockchain. So the price of gas will actually affect the color of Vitalik's clothes. and the background will rise and fall with the price of Ethereum. And the really cool aspect of this is that they made an accessories layer, which is like glasses, eye patch, pirate hat, which is a layer, and they sent that layer to Vitalik's address. So any day that Vitalik wants to, he can log into Async and modify the artwork, and modify himself. And if you see that the accessories change, you know that Vitalik himself actually did it, because that's where the layer is currently owned by. So yeah, we're seeing collaborations with traditional artists being pulled into the movement.
Miguel, how do you feel about that? Do you feel it's a highly competitive, or?
So yeah, so it's interesting. I just absorb what everybody has said. And, you know, Colin mentioned artists that had dropped on Nifty Gateway too. You know, it's kind of the competitive nature of, like, he mentioned Micah Johnson and like, oh, he dropped with us, and he kind of did work with Aku, and just that story and narrative. And then some of what Eric was saying is just the pool of talent for artists, and them just picking and choosing and making the rounds of going around to different marketplaces and just like encapsulating and kind of iterating on their work, which makes it more of like an ecosystem. It's great to see the artists kind of experiment and just from a smart contract level kind of implement these things. I know we worked with Daniel Arsham, who's big in the traditional art world. He did kind of something similar to what Colin was saying, is that over the year, the art and the smart contract is programmed to change the visual, kind of eroding statue over the year, and it kind of changes with the seasons. So that's where the similarity goes with just people innovating and artists picking and choosing where they kind of decide to do the artwork. So it's more the artists kind of like deciding where they go and making the rounds and doing it, and from that perspective. And then for us, since we are the curator platform to Gateway, we kind of just like get together as a team and kind of decide like who's telling the best stories or who has the most like innovative idea. And I know when Daniel and the other artists kind of like pitch these things about just implementing different new ideas with how to like make the art more interactive with the people who collect, and just a more of a focus on their community, is kind of where we lose that like competitiveness, because we want like the ecosystem to win in the long run. So you want all these communities to kind of like get together and just bring that awareness to the space more so than just like us going after different platforms and saying that you should come drop with us because we're better, versus us saying like, no, like, okay, you told your story here, I'm sure you have a different idea and a different story to tell, so you could bring awareness to NFTs and just like drive the space forward when it comes to just like bringing digital art and the interactivity with the possibilities that you could do with just technology that we're using. So in this case, blockchain, and just how many things we could accomplish, because at the end of the day, we are just a different use case for blockchain. So it's really interesting to see what we could accomplish with the technology.
So I have a question for everyone that kind of goes along these lines. Like I'm a minority partner in agency that represents a lot of celebrities and sports teams and things like that as they're looking to do NFTs. And for example, we have like Albert Einstein's estate wanting to do original kind of piece. How would you advise someone like that as they're looking into the industry? Should they try and go to every marketplace and say, hey, what can you do? Go to a bunch of different artists, or what is the kind of right entry point for people who have those kind of digital assets?
Maybe I can start, because we have more than 140 IP now as part of Sandbox Virtual World. Some of them include like family-friendly brands, celebrities of music artists like Deadmau, Richie Houghton, etc. What we recommend them in general, before jumping into the idea, I need to make an NFT and sell it, is more to consider NFT as a new medium, a new platform which they can use to engage more closely with their community and their fans. So do not consider it as like a one-time thing you do, you earn revenue from, and then you're gone, but try to build a strategy of content. And what does it mean to have your content as an NFT? How is it different in terms of audience, in terms of what you offer to your fans than when you publish on Twitter, on Facebook, on TikTok, or other channels, social media channels. One, they understand that, and it's not always easy because sometimes it's just driven by, oh, just this dropped. He sold $4 million in a day, and I want to do the same, or I want to sell more expensive. Those are not the right incentive, I think, generally speaking. They understand that, all right, there needs to be some utility, there needs to be a good story behind what I'm doing. It has to have a real meaning for my fans, so my fans will appreciate owning, and it creates a closer bond between my community and myself. I'm going to deliver value over time to them. In virtual world, it's very obvious because those are social places. You can come with your avatar, you can chat, you can interact, you can play, you can allow users to create new adventures, new story through UGC with them. In terms of like art drops, it has to be more, I guess, much more crafted in terms of like, why do I do this drop? Why it is so special for my audience on it? And yeah, my recommendation, I would just say, like, don't just do it once. Like, think a long-term strategy.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so I would 100% agree with Sebastian, is that I think this is a new medium, and it's going to be the same way that brands or IP has, you know, apparel, or some of them have, you know, amusement park rides. I think NFTs is just a new medium to express that brand or IP. As a so it's really important, as anyone entering the crypto ecosystem, that they look at this as a long-term sort of rollout and build a strategy around that. From a business perspective, if you know, the partnership you can establish with these marketplaces, there are key differentiations between them beyond just, you know, how much fees they take from the actual auction or sale itself. But, you know, I alluded to it earlier, you know, what does their distribution look like? What does their web traffic look like? The real estate on the actual marketplace itself is the first thing that is seen when a user goes to x.com. Is it the first auction they see on the page? All those kind of factors play a very significant role in the overall sustainability and the sale of the NFT itself. So it's definitely something to consider. And, you know, saying that you would be interested in doing a series of NFTs on a marketplace and trying to establish a relationship for long-term positioning, retweets from that marketplace's Twitter account that often have a significant amount of followers, that will help increase the chances of success for that NFT. Additionally, also working within the ecosystem to make sure that it's not viewed as a cash grab. You're looking at someone who's looking to build and really develop this new medium for the long term. It's really important, especially for the crypto native buyers, which really compose a very large percentage of the larger purchases within the NFT ecosystem.
I don't know how many of you know Android Jones. He's a kind of old friend of mine on Super Rare, and, you know, did some reasonable sized drops. And he was, one of the things he was telling me from an artist perspective, you know, it's very exciting, obviously, to see these, you know, things go for, you know, significant prices and see the ether appreciation and everything else. But and generally very positive. But one of the things that is different from other, you know, marketplaces and things in the past is that every artist immediately has a price associated with them. So, you know, if you're on social media, obviously you're used to going on Twitter, seeing everyone's follower accounts. Clubhouse also has everyone's follower accounts all the time. You know, now if you're on an artist marketplace, you always see the sale prices of the artist, and then having that kind of as something that's a psychological cueing, that instead of just experiencing the art itself, you know, you're always experiencing it kind of with some kind of pricing mechanism. So I'm curious what you guys think about that dynamic within the space, and, you know, if you think it's fine or maybe has some negative attributes, and how it will evolve. Because it's different from traditional galleries, right? You don't necessarily see the price right away as well.
And that's what I was going to say. Yeah, when you walk into a gallery of fine art, generally there's like a book somewhere with like all the prices, but you can experience the art even if you know, man, I'm not going to be able to afford this. Like, you can still go around and experience it, and then be like, yeah, of course that was $50,000, but like at least you have that moment of like experience. In the NFT space, it's just so much different. We do have to strike a balance between the artist and the collector, and the NFT collector in general is a very special breed. I consider myself one from back in the day, and it's a balance. It is very price driven, but every now and then people buy stuff and mint stuff and say things that demonstrate an emotional attachment to their piece that still surprises me every now and then to hear the people that are otherwise just like, what's the next big thing to pump up. It's like every now and then they stop and they settle and they have a moment. And I think as we separate prices, as we concentrate maybe on the outside world while still keeping in mind our NFT collectors, we might be able to kind of mold into that as well.
I guess it raises a general question about the kind of longevity as well of the different, collectible classes within NFTs, and if people have a very strong emotional attachment to it or some other kind of buy-in for it, likely they're more in it. I guess presuming this from what you said, that they're more likely to stay in it kind of for the long term of that piece, whereas other things, maybe people will just kind of be following the market cycles a little bit more. Do you think that's fair, or?
I think so. I mean, I think there is a certain thing that happens when you have a lot of editions versus just one edition, in terms of creating a community around a specific piece, and then enough people can talk about it and feel special about owning it. Obviously, a lot of liquidity is involved in that as well. Like people buy it that want it. But yeah, no, I think that over time, the collectors, the full-on speculators are always going to be around. But I do see a growing constituency of people that care about the art, and I think we should all be focused on that. I mean, I'm not, I really think that if we focus on the art itself and let the speculative mechanics just happen in the background because you can't stop it, I think that's for the best, for the long-term best of our entire ecosystem.
Miguel or anyone else who's really running an art, focused kind of marketplace stuff, do you find that you have an internal research team or anything that looks at the possibility of kind of long-term price dynamics, and does any possibility of like a slump in the prices concern you guys, and as far as, or do you just sort of accept that as part of the overall market dynamics?
I think we just kind of accept it. A lot of these things that Eric just mentioned happens organically. Community members rally on a piece and it takes off. I think a prime example happening right now is Bored Ape Yacht Club is a really big one. The traditional OG CryptoPunks is still really strong. Like a lot of these micro communities just take over a particular piece or just like a project and just either take it to the moon or bring it back down to earth, and they kind of speculate amongst each other because that's what we do. We're humans, we speculate. So once something gets hot and a lot of people get behind it, that drives price. And then of course, like just like anything, when with art particularly, people will buy what they like. And then there's for sure, there's a lot of overlap between people who just speculate all day and kind of like buy pieces that they think will drive value and they'll be able to flip. And then there's people like me who just see something that they like. It looks pretty, it looks great. It might be a picture of a basketball, it might be a picture of an anime person. You just buy the art that you like. And then there's that overlap where people just buy and sell and they keep the art that they like. So a lot of it just happens organically, and we kind of just go through the flow, and we kind of make sure that we always put the spotlight, at least on NFT Gateway, with all of our artists who do end up doing drops, and kind of like market them and make sure that they're hitting all the strides in terms of promoting themselves, because it's a really big piece of it too when it comes to a successful NFT drop or NFT project. It's just being able to market, drive that idea, the narrative, and the story, and being able to share that with community members to get them excited too, and kind of like rally behind the artists and kind of like push the value up and kind of get that momentum going. So for sure, but I think a lot of it just happens organically, at least from what we see.
Yeah, at Async, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I was just saying, Madison, you said on the research end, is that something that you focus on the kind of longer term price dynamics for these pieces, or?
Historically, I've not. So I've actually mostly focused on, the differentiation of the marketplaces. I've looked at like new NFT related tech, new models, different bonding curves, crossovers between how DeFi and NFTs are integrating. I actually don't think there's a good place within the market right now that quantifies, and I think I've asked a couple people to do newsletters on it, that quantifies the opportunities within the NFT ecosystem and really ranks things, or at least goes collection by collection saying, what's the rarity features? How have these rarity features sold in the past? Really trying to quantify those metrics for each collection, I think would be very interesting research. I do view, by the way, it's not how when I purchase an NFT, I purchase an NFT because I like the creator and I personally like it. I'm not looking to turn it for a profit, but especially for those higher, bigger sales, I really do view them as investors. And so they are really hungry for that sort of information. I'm in Clubhouse calls with kind of new NFT projects, and when these big kind of NFT whales come in, they're always asking, what's the rarity? What's the distribution look like, etc. And so anything that quantifies that sort of data, I think would be a huge value add.
Conlon, you were going to say something as well, or?
No, I mean, it was kind of on the previous topic, but I mean, I think it's important for the platforms. We at Async, we do this. We're really focused on the art, because when artists come and look at these platforms, what they see is communicated, like what community they want to be part of. And so, if prices are really up in front for the artists, then artists, we're going to draw the artists who are just there to try to sell as much as they can. Whereas if we showcase like, hey, like we're really focusing on the art and the story this tells and where they innovated, then like we'll draw the target of artists who are drawn to that. So it's good to focus on, always keep cognizant of like what community we want to draw in from the art world.
Yeah, I'm really curious because the community angle has been mentioned a lot of times, what engagement strategies there are for community depending on the type of marketplace that it is. So it sounds like, Miguel, you said that it is largely rallying behind a particular artist and a kind of story. Whereas Sebastian, I imagine for you, there's other kind of collaborative dynamics that are around the actual creation of elements kind of in your world, and probably a little bit different for each one, and how also quantifying stuff, but how sticky those different type of engagement things are. Because, for example, some different type of, platform engagement. I'm sure each of you have your own kind of KPIs for your platform, but it'd be interesting to hear a little bit about how you come up with the KPIs that come, to active user engagement or whatever else. So.
Yes, if I may add a few interesting things in first of all, like marketplace are not just a role of like selling NFTs. They are really shaping like how people envision those NFTs and the format they're seeing. So the fact that we do not necessarily have a culture of like, you need to sell out everything, but it's okay sometimes to not sell the art is great. The fact that you think also in terms of like the marketplace has specific formats, specific ways for the art to be expressed. It could be through video games, it could be through composition of art, dynamic, programmable, asynchronous, that define new ways of art that are born from those marketplace, enabling the artist to express, to use creation tool in a new manner. And I find that amazing as well. And it expands the definition of what people can find is art or find it's collectible or they can appreciate. And the last thing I want to mention is like, it's really interesting how communities are blending and bringing across all those marketplaces. They are not segregated. So people are not just, there's always been in technology or other industries like, oh, I'm in favor of DVD or in favor of this format. I'm in favor in this and that. Here, I think like people like to have a lot of choices, to be exposed to a lot of different content and pick from where they want. And they do not necessarily follow one artist here, absolutely, etc. It's really breaking down the monopolies that existed before in the space.
So we're coming a little bit towards the end of our time here, and I wonder, just give each person an opportunity to say something about that they're really excited about, when it comes to their own platform, the NFT space in general, maybe something about the community and collaboration elements that they're experiencing. I guess starting with myself, I'm just very excited about the metaverse and things that are evolving there when it comes to building new types of virtual worlds, and particularly the fusion behind AI generated art and things that are sort of just generative in nature, and then sort of the fan built art, the sort of type of Minecraft dynamics where people come together and build future worlds. So it's not the only thing I'm excited about in the space, but it's probably the thing I'm most excited about.
Yeah, no, I'll kick it off. Yeah, I'll kick it off here for us at least. And I think what I'm most excited about is that just finding the hidden gems, just people that come on to the platforms, or just in general the NFT space, that come with these new ideas. And I think we talked about it earlier, how to use the technology, blockchain, smart contracts in general, and just kind of iterate and implement it into the NFT art. And I think I'm with you there, Joel and Sebastian. Just the metaverse, taking these virtual lands and just like kind of implementing NFTs into it, digital collectibles, art, etc., and just building it out. I know Sandbox is one, Decentraland, Rare Rooms is a smaller one, but just seeing all these different metaverses pop up and people being able to interact. And hopefully the VR aspect of it gets bigger and bigger too. Just throwing on a set of goggles and just kind of looking at the art that you've collected yourself and just kind of see it in front of you as it would physically. So a lot to be excited about for sure. But, always the main focus is the art. Just seeing all the new stuff coming down the pipeline and people creating, and just seeing what the future holds for us at least.
Exciting. Sebastian?
Yeah, well, very obviously, I would be biased. Like, as we are building this decentralized gaming virtual world, for us, the metaverse is really the place where your NFTs are going to take life, and you'll be able to interact with them, play, socialize, expose them, maybe use them in new manner. And all the communities around, all the marketplace that contribute to bring new artists into the space, all the artists who are entering any of those marketplaces, but after staying within the NFT ecosystem, at the end of the day, everyone wins. So that's, I think, maybe my conclusion, why I think nobody is competing in this ecosystem, because we are all enlarging the audience in this still really nascent market. And everyone, there's no right, no wrong. It's all about how do we create value for people who are willing to be dedicated to join this big movement and fall down the rabbit hole of decentralization. And that's what the most important, in my opinion.
What about you, Conlon? What do you?
So for me, of course, I'm always excited to see what creators are coming up with, and every morning when I wake up, the first thing I do is I check the art page to see what new things people have made. It's kind of like Christmas every morning. But in terms of what I'm excited for the second half of the year, it may sound a little strange, but I'm actually looking forward to a little bit more quiet in the NFT space for a bit. I was really excited, of course, to see it spike up and people get excited back in March and February. But we launched in early last year during a relatively quiet period, and it's a quiet periods where I think the builders really are able to kind of focus and really focus on what gets released and rally around that. And so I'm looking forward to a little bit of cool down and a breather moment after the past few months.
Eric, what are you excited about?
I would second that. I've never experienced, as a founder, I've never experienced a calm time, and I feel like I yearn for it, just because I feel like we're just catching up. We're just playing catch up every single day. But I mean, another thing I think that's really important to think about is that a lot of the NFT collectors, a lot of our constituents, a lot of the people that are kind of keeping us, like the reason why we're having this panel, it's so easy to get sucked into this vacuum of the NFT space as it is now. And if you zoom out, it's just so tiny. And to me, I think there's just, maybe it's just cheesy, but I think there's just so much opportunity to collaborate and build something huge together, so that when things are not maybe as hot for everybody, there's like just this front of people that just love what they're doing and love art and love digital content. And I just look forward to any opportunity for collaborating and interoperating between all the different platforms. It like the goosebumps that I get from when I see cool stuff happening on every single other platform, not just the ones here, but the other ones. And I'm just like, man, like there's just this opportunity. I think it's so early that there's just this opportunity to do something great. I don't know what it is, but I really look forward to hopefully interoperating with all you guys.
Madison, what about you?
Yeah, so I actually think gaming has really taken off. A lot spearheaded by Axie Infinity, which I tend to believe the numbers they're putting out, but they're claiming 120,000 daily active users. I've watched the organic growth from the beginning. There's almost more search, Google search is for Axie Infinity than World of Warcraft. And I think it's having a little bit of a mainstream moment. And so I'm really excited to continue to watch how NFTs can be utilized in gaming in very innovative ways.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting, to see we talk with a lot of, celebrities and things like that have, tens of millions of followers or what have you. It's very interesting and exciting to see the types of use cases that are, slightly different from what's happening on the NFT world now and the kind of customer requirements. And I guess I spent a long time in the enterprise space before I was in the blockchain space, where you were, building back from, user requirements, but thinking about how things like, the pay-per-view networks of today work, and how they could be reconfigured with, NFTs, or how, the OnlyFans world works and how that could be redone with NFTs, or how, different types of real estate, transactions go and how that could be redone with NFTs. It's, a lot of this stuff is still in the maybe longer term infrastructure building kind of mode, as opposed to, ready for consumption. But those are the things I think that, when we look at what's going to happen next, what the next sort of boom cycle is going to look like, I think it'll be really interesting to see, some of these larger kind of adoption curves. And even though personally I'm very excited about the digital art part of it, I think there's going to be some, big moving things that are a little bit out of what we've seen so far. So that's and I think there's a few, just to conclude on some things that we've noted for this out of this thing. One that Madison pointed out is that there's not a lot of research right now that's going on, at least that's public, on the sort of scarcity, rarity of different kind of attributes and the kind of syndication distribution. So that's kind of an interesting kind of open area potentially for someone to deliver a product. There's just a lot of interesting things that I think we all could learn and about kind of community engagement and how important that is, as well as the things that get people excited in the space and kind of embracing that, as well as just the sort of collaborative elements of the sort of long-term community building and using NFTs as a strategy for that rather than simply kind of a one-off piece. So I think there's some really important things that everyone on this panel has shared, and I'm personally, my conclusion is that even if there is a very clear quantified thing between particular marketplaces and a competitive edge, particularly for some types of artists going around and jumping around, there's also just a tremendous amount of opportunity for collaboration and things that people are doing just because of how differentiated these different marketplaces are, and different types of arts, and like we're talking about layering, games, generative art, kind of other types of community engagement, big ticket curated drops. So all very exciting and sort of a little bit different from each other. So I guess those are sort of my concluding remarks. anything else people want to say? 1 or 2 words for the audience as we end our panel? Are we good?
Fairly quickly, like any good marketer would, follow us, Nifty Gateway, on Twitter and Instagram.
Well, we invite you to join the metaverse, buy an NFT, discover fine artists to follow, and enjoy that collection and supporting, being part of their community.
I was muted, I think. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, Joel, for hosting the amazing discussion. Thank you, guys. We have to move on for the next speaker. Okay. Am I back? Awesome. Okay, so our next speaker is Matthias Steinberg from memes.com. I hope we are going to hear his exciting speech soon. He's going to represent meme.com today. So the fun fact is that on meme.com, they use memes as titles. So Matthias' position in the company is Sir Stonks. Matthias, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I was just talking about your funny title, like how it's called in your company, like this funny fact of calling your source tongues, right?
Yes, exactly. So it's hard to, if you want to be meme, you have to go all the way. So that's, everyone has to have a meme as the title. So yeah, that's how it goes.
Fun. I mean, I've already seen the questions from the audience regarding not only the name of the company, but also how did you guys manage to get the whole domain meme.com? So maybe you could tell us more about that.
Yes.
And also, yes, this funny description of meme.com as the baby of Wikipedia and Dogecoin.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. I will get into that. Do you see my screen?
Not yet, but I think I will disappear right now and you go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Awesome. Thank you.
Tokenizing memes.
And my name is Matthias Steinberg. I'm one of the co-founders, go by Sir Stonks and the company. We believe that anyone who controls memes controls a lot of value. So does many others, like Elon Musk. But a meme could be anything like the GameStop short squeeze, Doge, or any other silly meme. And those that create those or create variations of those, they miss out on a big part of the value that they create, because the big platform takes part of that. They miss out what I call is the fair share of the meme economy. That's moneyship, ownership, and credibility. I believe that in the meme economy, anyone can create the value from the ideas that they either create or spread online. And we have created a model that we call the 5 pieces of a meme. You all have seen the big NFTs, the art pieces that are sold, the Doge, the different variations of Nancat and so on. These are the beginning of a meme, but then from that, it spreads different variations. So people create smaller variations of the original meme that spreads online. This is then picked up by different meme influencers that spread the meme even further. Those people that are actually using the meme or actually reading or getting the meme show fandom to the memes in different ways. And if you combine this all together, you have a meme trend, so to say. We have seen that the 3 first part of this meme, there are great products for that. But the last 2, there are not that many. So we have 2 different products that we created over time that I will tell a bit more about the story behind. So it all started, as with most people, with seeing the CryptoKitties. We were so intrigued by what it did, creating an NFT creating a digital object. So we started thinking, how can we do something in this? So we created marble cards. Marble cards is collectible NFT cards that are based on web URLs. So any web URL can be turned into an NFT card. This was created just a few months after CryptoKitties, so we have been one of the OG NFT projects in the space, and more than 100,000 different NFTs have been created on the platform. What we have seen is that people love memes and different variations of memes. So from this, the idea of meme.com came. So we wanted to create, or actually the idea behind meme.com. So we wanted to create a marketplace for meme trends where you can collect and also when you can support your favorite memes. And we call that meme markets. And that product was developed late last year. And during the development phase, we saw that people wanted to take part of the trend of Doge, Pepe, Harold, and so on. So we have created a marketplace where you can buy into the different meme tokens. So we will mint meme tokens on the platform, what people can buy into. And by buying into them, they also take part of a club. So if you're a fan of Harold or Pepe, you then buy into that club. In those clubs, you would then be able to contribute either by spending time to either create more variations of a meme, to spread the meme, or actually to support those people that does it. So they actually can get rewarded for it. And by being part, you also take part of the trend of the memes, just the upside or downside of that meme. So it all started when we got into this thing that this is an interesting product and an interesting idea. We didn't have the domain name back then, so we tried to find what kind of different domain names could we go after, and we found out that this was a really interesting domain name. So we raised money for that, but actually we actually got the money from our original cards. So that was the way we bought it. So it's actually sales from our NFTs. Our new product will launch in early July. And anyone who's interested, I'm happy to share that you get 5 free NFT cards if you go to our Discord. And if you have any questions, I know it's really short on time here. If you have any questions, please reach out to me or to our different community members. Happy to help in any way. Happy to share more of our story.
Okay, thank you so much, Matthias, for the brief but really exciting presentation of meme.com. We all love memes, so we wish you good luck on that. I hope you will develop both of your projects in a really fast and efficient way. Thank you so much, and we are moving forward. So I'd like to hand you over to our next speaker. Today, we're going to learn more about unique DeFi-powered marketplace. Its name is NFT Mall. Please meet MD Rakib Ahmed presenting this project. Let's start.
Hello, folks.
What is NFT Mall? Its benefits and the way it envisions bringing NFT to the masses. MD Rakib Ahmed, CEO and founder, NFT Mall.
Hello, folks. I'm MD Rakib Ahmed, CEO and founder of NFT Mall. It's a great privilege to be here, and I'm really honored and grateful. A little intro about myself, that would be interesting, I guess. So I'm a business graduate. My experience is in economics, in business management, and administration. I'm also a blockchain and cryptocurrency enthusiast and highly passionate about blockchain and technology, and a dedicated supporter. I have been an investor, advisor, or marketing, advisor and marketing director of blockchain projects previously. At this point, I would like to shed some light on my team members as well. So my team consists of around 14 different talented individuals who are very hardworking, among which only 4 of them we are the core members, and the remaining are the developers and the engineers. So at this point, I would like to share my screen to give you a little glance of my team members.
Rakib,
Well, yes, I think
yeah.
I'm having a little hard time to share my screen.
Yeah, I mean, do you see the third button from the left? You see the first is microphone, the second one is camera, and the third one is share screen. It's red cross, so maybe you think that it's not available, but it is actually. So if you press that button, which is red crossed.
Yes, that's what I'm doing, but I think it's just my system preference hasn't been allowed.
Oh, I see. It's okay, we wait. No worries. Rakib, do you think you can go on without the presentation, just telling us?
Yeah, all right. I think I should continue. I don't know what's going on here now. I just turned on the permission.
It's okay. I think we will catch up. It's no worries. You just explain that to us in words.
Yeah, sure. So I would like to give you a little shade on my team members as well. As I mentioned, I'm the founder and CEO. I have Mr. Eduardo Muria, he's CTO. A little, background of him. He's been an international guy. He's been living on different places. He's been living in the States, Latin America, Europe, and he's been an CEO and CTO previously for so many multinational corporations. In one of them called Clover Technologies, which has revenue over 1.3 billion. Also, he's been a CFO of one of those. Actually, he has been a CTO for one of those, a company called MindGym, 14 million based in London. He also owns a company called YEYSS, and it's a software company. He's been advisor previously for a few blockchain projects, including Polkalocker, Fair Tech, Orient Protocol, and Alliance Block. And then I have Mr. Stephen Nissen, who is CFO. He's been a founding member for Linda Cohen or Matrix Cohen. He's been into the space since 2016. He's well experienced and well organized and good at developing marketing strategy. And he also possesses a great passion for blockchain and a great speaker as well. Next, I have Mr. Galen McBride, who is the Chief Operating Officer. So he has extensive experience in the industry, cryptocurrency industry, regarding marketing field, and he's been also a founding member of Linda Cohen. It's basically a wager-based gaming platform, and he's good at developing brands and content creation, marketing, and building relationship with the project, etc., etc. Before we get into the NFT or what NFT Mall is all about and its ecosystem, I think it's certainly not worthy not to touch or mention about the recent boom in digital items market. And its recent traction as well has been recently getting an adoption from the mainstream institutional and retail investors. So NFTs are non-fungible token. They're cryptographic assets, that is built on a blockchain network. This NFT obtains a unique cryptographic code or key, which makes it completely different from another. So just to give you a little, outlook or overview of current digital items or market, and its possibility and potential growth, of course, the opportunity comes along. I would like to mention some statistics according to a new study released by nonfungible.com. So they say the NFT market size tripled in 2020, with the total value of transaction increased by 299% year on year to more than 250 million, which is still a very tiny aspect of its growth potential, considering over $1 trillion market cap current crypto industry, over 1.5 trillion actually. The report, which uses proprietary technology to track activities in the NFT market, also found that the total value of all NFT transactions, which includes sales and all other transactions such as breeding, minting, and renting, increased from 62 million to 250 million in year 2019 and 2020 respectively. Also, nonfungible.com found that the market activity has increased significantly. The total number of active wallets transacting NFTs, including buying and selling or holding or using them in a blockchain adoption, skyrocketed and grown actually over 97% from 112,000 to 222,000 in year 2019 and 20 respectively. Similarly, also the number of buyers and sellers rose from 44,000 to 74,000, which is about 66%, and 25,000 to 31,000, which is about 24,000 plus respectively as well. So these are the number of buyer and seller rose from in a year, like about 66%, and around 24% on a year 2020. So the 2019 was rose around 66, and 2020 around 24%. So the number of active wallets also accelerated throughout 2020, suggesting even a stronger growth ahead in 2021. Q4 total growth was twice actually of Q3 and 3 times of the Q2 around this time. So NFT traders also have seen and experienced an unprecedented financial performance so far. Regarding their profits, some of them, earn a single year range from 500,000 to 100,000 for some traders. And due to the NFT ready market and the big names and increasingly are entering into the space, and it's getting more imminent that more adoption of NFT as in NFTs and as in blockchain as a technology is coming across more prominent way and becoming more visible into the mainstream audience, that it can be used and utilized in so many aspects of our day-to-day life as well. So creating lucrative NFT-based consumer goods and services, one of the main motto of these big names and the mainstream retail investors. And already we already have current players, big current players and the fashion brands and the luxury brands. I can name few like Nike, Vuitton, and Breitling. They are creating the virtual fashion products. Export brands like Tana Sports, NBA, F1, PSG, and as well as like entertainment brands like BBC or Warner Music or Paramount, creating online collectibles and games. Video game studios like Ubisoft and Atari also creating virtual worlds, games and tokens, and tech companies like IBM, AMD, and Samsung creating new services and utilities. So the exponential growth of the NFT market in 2020 has been a remarkable one so far, and I mean just mentioning that. Not forget to mention here that we are still in very premature stage, and there is a lot of room to grow. And saying that the NFT ecosystem is no longer a speculative industry. It's a value creation industry now, reaching a newfound maturity. There is different utilities, growth, but saying that we are still in very, very early and developing days with many new ideas, and there is so many different projects working around and coming across, launching their ideas and launching their products. Considering all the immense future possibility and the potential of NFTs or the digital assets in general, and the problems or the limitations of the current NFT marketplaces has, we try to combine the power of DeFi with NFT and introduce the world, the NFT mall, the next generation automated and decentralized multi-chain operational and monthly standard support marketplace, your one-to-one, one-stop shop for NFTs and any digital goods or item per se. And we have the current limitations of the current marketplaces, like during and the current traditional art galleries. What I saw in my research when I was writing the white paper. So it came across like that. Like I find it out the current traditional art galleries has different limitations. Starting from the barrier of entry is quite high in terms of start from like you have to first physically produce a piece of artwork, then you have to go and accept it by a gallery, and then you have to promote it in the exhibition in order to sell it. And if you succeed to sell it, that's the time you are actually getting paid for that artwork. And also don't forget there is a huge commission for those traditional art galleries as well, and which includes such a complex procedure and also implies a huge barrier of entry, which also hinders the creativity and the young talent to get in, to explore and create and get into the the NFT or like a digital artwork industry or traditional art industries. And also they seek for the mass market exposure as well, which they actually lack through our traditional art galleries. Using blockchain technology to synergize DeFi and NFTs, this problem can be solved and overcome, right? And it's already been in place. There has been few marketplaces we already seen in the market who is doing great job, and there is still a lot of room to grow. And they simplified the process in some sort, but we still see there is a lot of problems has to be identified and solved. And in order to make it simplified and an easy access, also included the message into the NFT world. So through the blockchain technology, an artist can be afford to create the artist or the creator alike can afford to create and earn royalties in perpetuity, and thus also can create a level playing field for talented individuals. And since it's a very new concept and for the market and the digital items to create with, and the both existing and marketplaces, including top tier or both centralized or decentralized marketplaces, they doesn't fully satisfy the need of its users at present, and doesn't solve the issue by having high platform fees to mint or list or even for primary or secondary sale. Also, royalty fees for creator is not independent and usually chosen by third party, which I believe that power should be handed back to the original creator or the artist. And some of them are not. Yep.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rakib. I thought you were just wrapping up. Our time is a bit tight for the keynote speech.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a bit running out of time. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm trying to keep it as much as I can. Just trying to hit the blue point now. I thought it's 15 minutes. Sorry, my bad.
No problem. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah,
okay. So,
are you finished? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So our vision. I'm just going to state into what NFT Mall is simplifying, its benefit and the advantages we are creating. I'm just gonna hit into that. And so our vision is to create a level playing field for the traditional and niche digital item artists, creating a universal platform and a common ground for everyone, for all potential talent all around the world. They can showcase their work and with a very cost-effective and authenticate manner, and get treated fairly. And our platform also bridges the gap between the decentralized and real world, while allowing the real world use cases for NFTs, like people can redeem physical NFTs through our platform, and physical objects like clothing, printed canvas, collectible cards, etc.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yeah, I'm really sorry we're running out of time. We have our next speaker waiting in the room. But yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Rakib. I hope great times waiting for NFT Mall ahead. And thank you for giving us.
Can I just show my physical NFT for one moment? That's there, right?
Yeah.
Just kept it. I select it just 1 minute, right?
Yeah.
All right. So this is the canvases. You can redeem your NFTs into physical redeemable objects like these canvases, which can be verified through the app. And we already we are on the verge of launching our Android and Apple Store app, but I already got it loaded here. Just wanted to show you guys.
I'm sorry? What is going on?
Yeah, so this is the NFT Mall app. This is how you verify. You go there, you get it.
We don't see it from here because it's really, really blurry. But
okay, so this is the app. So you got the idea, right? So
yeah.
You have to open the app and then you have to scan it like that, and it gives you the whole information.
Hi, unfortunately, the image is so bad. Unfortunately, we cannot see anything really. If you could drop us the link to the picture that you want to show, we'll send it directly to our Telegram group. We'll send it to the comments that we have just below our YouTube screen, because it's just like we are wasting our time and we don't have it at all. Okay, can we do like that?
Yeah, sure. Sorry about it. And yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you. Great. And I'm giving you the microphone.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry for the delay, guys. Okay, now we are turning to one more keynote in this section. So please meet Cybertime Finance, which presents the whole ecosystem of products on the NFT market. CEO and co-founder of the company, Dmitry Bochiatov, will explain what is Cybertime Finance to NFT world in details right now.
Yes. Burning NFTs. How we at NFT Fantasy League want to tackle the liquidity and value of NFTs. Dmitry Bochiatov, founder at Cybertime Finance.
Hi everyone, just launch my presentation. Hi, my name is Dmitry Bochiatov. I am CEO of Cybertime Finance. Today, I want to tell you about burning NFT and how it can solve NFT liquidity and value issues. There are 4 main issues in the NFT digital art market now. First, liquidity. When somebody buys NFT, their money is locked, and nobody can say when it will be unlocked. Maybe after a month, maybe after a year, or even in the next life. The second problem is value. Digital art is difficult to use. The only thing you can do with your NFTs is to create a gallery and maybe show it somewhere in digital space. People do not understand why they need to pay money for digital pictures when they can download them for free. The third issue is authorship. On the NFT marketplaces, it's difficult to guarantee that the art is original. All the digital markets fight with the pirates stealing goods, and NFT is not an exception. The last problem, but not the least one, is the poor quality of works. Now everyone can become a crypto artist, but the quality drops and it's harder to find good artists, especially on the large marketplaces. In Cybertime, we plan to solve all these issues, but today I focus only on the first 2 of them, liquidity and value. How do we tackle these NFT problems? It sounds crazy, but we want to burn NFTs. Yeah, completely destroy them with no coming back. Imagine every crypto artist in our fantasy league can feel Banksy. Their art pieces will rise in value when being burned. So how does the burning system work? In Fantasy League, artists sell NFT in 4 rarities: Genesis, Legendary, Epic, and Rare. Every rarity has its own prices and quantity of NFT. When a user buys NFT from an auction, they have 3 ways: to hold it, to sell it in the secondary market, or to burn. When they burn their NFT, they receive tokens, but the number of NFTs in the blockchain is decreasing. For each rarity, there will be its own pool of tokens. To keep the balance, new tokens will be added to each pool, and new NFT artists will be exhibited at auctions. Why NFT burning can become the new trend? Due to this system, NFT holders are now confident that they can get the money back. They always have a choice: to hold, to sell, or to burn, as in Hamlet, to be or not to be. In our fantasy league, to burn or not to burn. Most importantly, if one holder burns on an NFT, the value of the same NFT increases for other holders. There are many NFT marketplaces already launched and planned for launch, but there is only one NFT fantasy league, and it is Cybertime. We have already launched Fantasy League, liquidity farming, DAO voting. We plan to implement burning pools, DAO qualifications for authors, and the fantasy teams model. Now we are looking for investors and crypto artists. Join us to make Cybertime great again. And of course, visit our website to watch everything live. I'm always in touch. You can write to me on Telegram or LinkedIn. Thank you for your attention. Bye.
Thank you very much, Nitri. I hope that our listeners will ask their questions in our Telegram channel. I remind all you guys that you can follow our channel on the description on our YouTube streaming. Okay, so we are moving to our final panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to present you the legal panel discussion, and our moderator, crypto enthusiast, and legal professional, legal advisor, Guy Majewski. let's start.
Legal implications of NFTs.
Hi, gentlemen. Nice to see you on the panel. Let's start from introduction. As Anna briefly introduced me, so I'm crypto enthusiast, I'm legal professional, legal advisor dealing with crypto asset, blockchain stuff, NFTs, DeFis, fan tokens, so everything related to crypto and blockchain. I'm really passionate about it. So, Gordon, what about you?
We can pretty much just ditto your biography and copy and paste it over to me. Gordon Einstein, the founder of Crypto Law Partners. I've been doing crypto and blockchain since 2014. I actually went back into law so that I could practice crypto and blockchain law. For you, those of you who know the legal profession, that's like a prisoner checking himself back into prison because he missed his cell and his cellmate. So I'm very enthusiastic about this area. I've excited and mixed feelings about NFTs. So I look forward to cooperating and arguing with my fellow legal eagles on this panel, and I'll hand it back to you.
Dot, is correct pronounce or Dot?
Yeah, Doubt, like there's no doubt about it.
Dot. Sorry.
Yeah, no props. It was a good pronunciation. So I'm Doubt. I'm one of the founders of License Rocks, and we are recently launched NFT white label solution with a little licensing twist, and we're since 2017 in that space, and we came all the way across from licensing used software up to having now that real versatile NFT suite around licensing.
Andrew, your turn.
For sure, yeah. So I'm the founding partner of Bull Blockchain Law. It's a law firm based in the United States, and our client base is relatively diverse as the application of blockchain is, and all of our clients operate in the space some way, shape, or form. And as a result, we have a lot of NFT clients considering the recent boom in the industry. So always happy to discuss the legal side of NFTs and so on and so forth. I actually got into this space on the technical side originally, ran an investment fund and a mining company in the Northeast of the United States. So, but now full legal.
Yeah, thank you. So to bring the legal stuff from the very beginning, so a little disclaimer. Hey guys, we do not provide legal advice here. We just discussing on legal matters. So any advice will not be tailored to your business. So just to put it in legal space from the very beginning. So guys, let's start maybe like from the beginning. NFTs. Was it an NFT for you, like a lawyer?
Well, I mean, the legal nature of it kind of corresponds with the name of it. It's a unique property object that's unlike any other. It's non-fungible. I mean, which kind of removes it from the generic commodity category. So it's more analogous, if you like, to these common use cases of art and real estate. But I don't think it needs to be just that. I think there's an interesting argument that NFTs may re-enable bearer instruments, bearer securities, but that's a longer conversation.
That it is. Yeah, jumping off of what Gordon's saying, I mean, traditionally, like when you think about just blockchain in general, it's obviously the ability to move proprietary information in a secure manner. And so with the NFT context, it's like you're basically being able to transfer for the ownership record of whatever the underlying asset is. And so obviously it's not visible in this case. Well, we'll get to that, but most of the standard ones aren't. So.
Yeah. I can already tell we're all lawyers because we're all parsing out everyone's sentences. I can tell by the facial expressions. So, yeah. Go ahead.
But just to be right, like I'm not a lawyer, so because you pointed us all out as lawyers, okay. I just pay lawyers. I'm your customer.
So you're the client. That means you're higher up in the. You're higher up.
So I see the other perspective. Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Sure.
Just to
go ahead.
Right, but for me, like an NFT is always like granting a usage right on something that someone owned before. That's like how I see NFTs.
Well, I'm going to dive right in, and sorry, moderator, but excuse me. Must it be the case that it was always owned before? What's stopping us from saying it, like minting a commemorative coin NFT? just on the blockchain, like a blockchain native NFT?
It always depends, like in which legislation you are operating, and I just try to keep it like as small as possible, and then try to follow the legal framework around it, because I don't want to, I don't know, get in too much trouble in saying something. Whereby you did that disclaimer in the beginning, so I can say whatever I want.
You're safe.
Right now, right?
Every conversation here is hypothetical, right?
That's right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So also, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So
I
also,
tend to talk
I
more.
was really impressed first to work with NFTs. And, you know, like my first impression was an idea was NFT. What is for? Why we needed NFT instead of some real objects? And currently, I just see two implications of NFTs. Basically, it can be like on the very like basic level. It can be some representation of ownership over object, or it can be like some kind of representation of license for object. But however, we can do like single NFTs or NFTs with underlying assets. And so here, like, let's go to our next question. So, and for example, what risks actually you see for like each party for NFTs relations, like creators who created this and who created an artwork, minted NFT and decides to sell it, for collector who would like to purchase and to be sure that everything goes right, for marketplaces who deal with both parties and try to keep things right there, and for like some minting facilities, minting protocol, just who provide some technical facilities. So what risk do you see here?
If I can start off, so you listed a whole laundry list of things. So there's a lot of potential ones. It depends. I'd say there's two broad categories. If you're forming an NFT that has a physical reference object or has some kind of reference object behind it, for example, a piece of art or a piece of land or something else, that's one category of risk. If you're minting an NFT, which I think makes a lot of sense, that's blockchain native and doesn't have an original asset behind it, that's another class of risk. But I'd argue that's less risk. When you're making NFTs from pre-existing objects, you're doing what we've been doing for a while, which is trying to tokenize an asset, and you're introducing all the complexity that goes along with tokenizing an asset. Some things are not natively physically divisible. Like you can't physically divide the Mona Lisa, or you can, but you'll destroy it in the process. When you NFT or fractionalize ownership of the Mona Lisa, it is unclear from a legal perspective even if you had one NFT representing the Mona Lisa, it's not entirely clear what the legal relationship is between that NFT and the Mona Lisa. Whether do you have copyright? Can you take physical possession of it? Can you rent it out? Can you get the income stream? And then when you fractionalize it and distribute amongst many parties, you have all your classic tenant in common problems, which is, does that automatically mean that the majority of the token holders can vote on what to do with it? What do you do? Then you start introducing governance. You start introducing copyright. It's a morass that, if NFTs crash, maybe we'll avoid it because there'll be nothing left to fight over. But if they go up in value and are here to stay, people are going to start to argue about what this means. And there's nothing about NFTs that lets you escape regular law. So it's an exciting time.
For sure, yeah. And Guy, I'll also kind of add to that and get a little bit more specific, because in my opinion, the highest risk really comes in the marketplace context. And so from a transactional standpoint, you kind of have this overarching question of like who's in control of facilitating the transactions, whether the ability of the marketplace is fully centralized and to the extent that they can stop transactions, so on and so forth. Obviously, a lot of marketplaces are distancing themselves away from that transactional authority, but that is very much for sure a risk. And then I'll also take the most recent example with the lawsuit in New York against Dapper Labs, which obviously is NBA Top Shots. And realistically, I mean, they're potentially running into securities issues, while I think that the claimants in that case have a really large uphill battle to prove that NFTs are in fact securities, are violating an investment contract definition on the Securities Act. That's we'll find out. Well, actually, we probably won't. But the general notion is that when you're offering a service or a marketplace and you have access from users, artists, whoever, you're taking on inherent risk because you're facilitating transactions in that context. And also the larger question is, which jurisdiction are you in? And are you facilitating transactions in multiple jurisdictions? Because when you take, for example, OpenSea or another platform that is similar to that, where they're actually allowing for all these different transactions to take place in multiple jurisdictions, they're taking on this additional risk because they're creating a nexus within whatever the underlying regulations are in those foreign jurisdictions. And going all the way back to the United States as an example, I would say that one of the unknown questions is point when you start getting into fractionalization ownership rather than just outright, oh, I have an NFT and it represents this art, you're getting into this whole other sphere where it's been ongoing now for real estate, underlying real world assets, equity, debt, where security tokens are in fact issued. It's also going back to that underlying question of whether the NFT is in of itself a security, which again, like, I think that it's contextual and specific, and generally ERC 721 tokens are not, but that's yet to be seen with the fractionalization side.
And I'm going to throw this at you because I'm noodling on this. If you have a fractional interest in a non-security, and it's not producing an income stream, does the fact that it's not by definition non-fungible remove the common enterprise prong? And he knows what I'm talking about. I probably just lost the entire audience.
Absolutely. Well, one, it's a great question. I think that from like kind of like a high level perspective, yes, for all intents and purposes. Like, I think that you can make that argument, but also the other consideration is like how it was created and how it was facilitated in terms of actually acquiring in the first place. Because like, right, for example, if it's just a straight up NFT that's been minted by an owner and then they sell it to you in that context, and then you're fractionalizing it and selling off different levels of ownership or something along those lines, then
to interrupt you,
like what's the enterprise and the common enterprise?
Exactly.
Guys,
Right.
sorry, it looks like I just a second.
I had to do it because I know I can already tell how Andrew's brain works, and I knew he would get what I was saying. So sorry, I had to go there. All right, guys, sorry, go ahead.
No worries. It just looks like, because it was too lawyer-like question, and we go into legal details, and I'm just afraid that people who are watching us being bored. I understand, but just
no worries.
I'm afraid that people will not understand. Dot, a question for you. So I see that your platform trying to implement NFTs in real world, and just to confirm some kind of ownership on our NFT. And could you share more details, like how would you like to confirm what is genuine and what is not?
Well, it depends. Like, there's creators market where you can do provenance from the creator side, and then there are secondary markets where what Gordon mentioned before, like if there's already an existing asset, and if there's an existing asset, you need some kind of validation that that person is entitled to sell that asset. And we always try to differ between like on-chain things that we can prove, but also looking at off-chain validation. And we need a combination at the moment because there's no common law ground like for just doing everything on-chain. And that's something what lawyers probably like a lot, because there's a lot of contracting involved. But I see tons of other solutions out there where I'm not too sure if they're really legally compliant, because I think you still need the off-chain contracting part always when you do stuff like that.
Yeah, right. So, and like one funny thing for me, for example, when I talk about risks, and we'll just not go again to some complicated legal stuff. So, for example, you mint NFT, you put underlying asset to marketplace put it to some kind of hosting, and hosting disappears. So everyone, just a creator didn't have any copies, collector also don't have any copies, and marketplace, for example, even not existed. So here it will be funny stuff regarding NFTs and real complication of NFTs, like what is really, what we are really buying. So Gordon, like, let's go to some plain terms. Like,
it is not clear. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just enjoy talking legally, but I'm just think that everyone will just blow up with
fine. Now, in basic English, it's not clear what you're buying. It's not clear because when you, especially, you can argue. There's this idea of, if you and I go into a contract, you and I have rights we can enforce against each other. It's called privity of contract. But these things fly around the blockchain verse, often to anonymous wallets, and they don't have contractually enforceable rights often. Even if there's an underlying piece, just take art to use my favorite example. Suppose there's some underlying art and you tokenize it and you sell those tokens. What if the person who owns it sells it? What does that mean for the token holders? Did they get a share of what you just earned? It may sound reasonable and just, but they don't necessarily have a contractual right to that. Whether art gets destroyed by mistake and insurance is paid, is that going to get paid out? What if it gets lost in transit? It is not at all clear the rights that it conveys. You really need to. We're not there yet. We're not where we need to be. I look with a appreciative yet very questionable eye at this idea of tokenizing physical art or other physical assets, because it's a tenuous relationship at best. I think really the way to go right now is to tokenize things for the first time on the blockchain and kind of let the code operate as law. I think that's much closer to something that's sustainable, because everyone is on notice because they know what the code says. They're not on notice with just owning art. I mean, who knows what's going on? And then there's this trend right now of creating something and then literally just physically destroying it, so the only version of it that remains is on the blockchain. Well, why don't you just put it on the blockchain in the first place? Like, why are you destroying a perfectly good physical thing? It seems like we're all kind of pretending that actually does something. I'm not sure it really does. I mean, why would you're destroying value? It's not like a transporter where it's not like you're getting beamed up and all of a sudden, the thing is suddenly manifesting over here. No, you're destroying this and creating something new over here that kind of looks like it. And what the legal consequences of that are unclear. And it's not clear to me that the value is actually getting transferred. So mixed feelings.
Yeah, Andrew. And what is in black box for you?
Sorry?
And what goes in black box of NFT for you? So what we actually buying?
Well,
in your opinion?
No, I mean, I agree with Gordon, and also kind of going off that general point. I mean, before we get into the kind of the conversation about burning stuff, like going back to, like, for example, issuing a cease and desist letter to somebody who doesn't actually have ownership of the underlying asset, or like the situation that you just described, Guy, where you have this whole interaction between multiple parties and then something disappears. Like, that's just going to get tangled up in those parties going against each other in some type of legal fashion. And then you're going to rely on some arbitrator or potential judge or governing body to make a decision about it. And I think this is a really good example of kind of the unknown of this, like, answer to this question, but also the unknown of kind of the general perception of the industry for even the people operating in the industry. So, for example, like, we have a case in federal court in the United States, and there's a dispute over whether what the platform sold was in fact an NFT. And it's not even a outright securities claim like the one Gordon and I were talking about before with Dapper Labs. It's just them saying, like, this is fraud because you sold us something that you told us was an NFT, but it's not. But who's determining what an NFT is? There's no statutory language or definition.
Actually, no. Actually, doesn't. So actually, nobody don't know what it is, like, for sure. So, and maybe we'll go to our last question. So I come across to one interesting fact. So when you're looking at some terms and conditions or terms of service for NFT marketplaces, you can find that, for example, marketplace platform holds and possesses more rights for use or in some aspects for use of underlying artwork even than collector has. So who bought NFT, who bought some kind of license over asset, and basically platform can display it or perform it unlimited, and collector has limitations so far. Platform has no limitation for like exhibiting it or make some kind of derivative works, and collector have such limitation. What do you think about it?
So if I may, it's important to distinguish the token. It's important to distinguish an underlying object from, number one, its legal definition, number two, the tokenized version of it, and number three, from the market it's being traded in. Each one of those can add value to the underlying asset. You know, the Teslas, you know, just like the environment within which something operates add values. Teslas in the desert have no value because there's no electricity. Okay, Teslas where there's power stations have value. And just like phones only have value where there's internet, where there's a wireless coverage. So the fact that you can tokenize something means that you can bring all the benefits that tokenization brings to something. Like when you tokenize gold, you can make change of gold. It's very hard to make change with physical gold. I mean, how do you pay someone? If you buy a cow with some gold, how do you make change? Or if you have tokenized gold, it's a lot easier, right? So the mere act of tokenizing something makes it valuable. The mere act of having something in a market makes it valuable. And the mere fact of having legal fictions make it valuable. Just like when you have productive resources, if you wrap them inside like a company form or corporate form, you can do all kinds of neat things like issue shares or go into leases and do all this other stuff. So that's not unique to assets that you tokenize or just underlying assets. These things all generically add value. So I think your point is well taken. It's just I would focus more on the context within which something's operating as a value adder rather than the thing itself.
Yeah, thank you. Andrew, what do you think about some disproportion for average user?
For sure. I mean, again, I think that the risk increases the longer the asset is being transacted with. So like from the initiation of the actual creation of it, from a user perspective, and this was really highlighted in the Dapper Labs complaint that was submitted, is that they're basically saying that we didn't have all the information and you didn't provide us all the information that we need sufficiently to make a decision to actually acquire this NFT. So from a user standpoint, I mean, the rights are pretty limited in terms of obviously operating within the marketplaces that are existing. And I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to be subject to an element of control from them, for sure. I mean, unless it's a peer-to-peer transaction. So I would say that the user is definitely lower on the totem pole in terms of ultimate control when you're participating on a marketplace.
Yeah, great. Dot, last question goes to you. What do you think, in your opinion, what current improvements can be made to NFT industry as a whole? What kind of things we have a lack in this industry, like customer support, for example, or clearance, what are NFTs, or some kind of education regarding NFTs, or like some basic legal stuff or explained to average user? So what will be best improvement for the industry?
Yeah, it kind of goes also to your other question that you put in place. Like, people don't understand what they buy into. And if I use a marketplace, they define it in the terms, yeah, and I have to read through the terms, then I know what my rights are. And right now, if I buy an NFT, I see sometimes people buying into NFT, which give them a private usage right, and they pay like thousands of euros for that. But for what? They don't even know what they can do with that. And they think they are buying into something that they can monetize in another way. But if they would really look into that, and if there would be a visualization and a common ground of legal frameworks that would indicate an end user what they're getting with an NFT, I think that would be really beneficial for the market. Because right now, a lot of people just don't get it and just see numbers, and you can earn money with that, and you can speculate on it. And I don't know.
Right.
I think that's
Also,
really needed.
Yeah, also things like from some perspective, I see that like most of users do not have clear opinion what they actually own or what they actually purchase. So thank you guys for an interesting conversation. I like our some kind of little legal battles and our general legal stuff. So if you have some words you would like to express something, just feel free.
For sure, yeah. The last thing I would say is kind of more reiterating my earlier point about the marketplace context. There's a very consumer protection focus within not only governmental agencies in the United States, but also the EU specifically. And so if you're facilitating transactions on a marketplace, just know that it might behoove you to have some type of KYC and anti-money laundering policy within your business. It's just a recommendation. It's not legal advice.
Sure. Sounds good.
My advice is ignore Elon, buy Bitcoin.
My advice is you will like that, consult a lawyer before you launch something.
That was actually the best comment of the whole thing.
Yeah, those guys didn't pay me for it.
All right. I love you, man. Love you.
Definitely. And I remind to everyone, it was not legal advice, not investment advice, so just
life advice.
Yeah. Sure, definitely. And I think that we have done.
Yep. All right. Peace out. Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate
Take
it.
care.
Yep. Bye.
Guy, thank you so much for inspiring such a lively discussion, lively conversation. That was really exciting. Thank you, dear lawyers and the client of lawyers, Todd. So yeah, I like this. Guy, you're here.
I'm back. So I was decided not to stop.
Yeah, I was trying to say thank you to our lawyers and the client of lawyers, to the Dodd and Gordon. That was an amazing conversation as for me, and I hope for our listeners as well. Guy, I think we remain with you, so that I guess you can summarize the discussion and leave a word with your speech on a legal trends of NFTs, of how is it going, what is the current state of the current legal state of non-fungible tokens ecosystem right now. What do we have right now?
I think that I will speak today in plain terms regarding all questions that is really important to the industry, and I just decided to make my speech really flexible, so I just decided to address some interesting points we discussed on previous panels, we discussed in keynotes. So,
awesome.
If you'd like,
yeah.
you can stay here. I'm okay with your company.
Thank you so much, but I think I will leave you alone with your presentation so that people can see it in the whole screen instead of my face. I think it got bored of me by all this day. So yeah, I'm disappearing. Let's start.
NFT legal trends. Guy Majewski, legal professional and crypto enthusiast.
Hi again. So more 10 minutes of legal stuff. So here I will try to explain in plain terms some valuable points regarding, first of all, let's speak about intellectual property regarding NFTs. So I just decided to address some major issues you faced with and in your understanding of NFTs. And let's start from the most important things. So here it will not be some boring presentation, so it will be some kind of flexible discussion. So let's start from maybe like main general classifications. What is it? So NFTs can be linked to some underlying asset, and NFTs can be valuable by themselves. For example, NFT used as collectible cards, NFT used as perks in games. For example, NFTs used for example, even skins for Apple Watch, it can be NFTs. And also, and the main popular kind of NFTs, it's NFTs that link to some underlying asset. For sure, currently, because currently we are on the very, very first stage of development of NFTs. So here, what is NFT? Basically is some strings of codes with some hashtag. From the legal side, everything depends on what you have in smart contract. So basically, NFT can represent your ownership rights over underlying artwork. That it will represent that you're the owner of the underlying artwork and you have own IP rights in underlying artwork. And the second scenario that NFT can represent your license to use underlying artwork, but it will definitely, NFT will be fully owned by you. And here is some interesting stuff. First, when you have license-like NFT, you for sure you own NFT as a crypto asset. You can trade it, you can exchange it, you can sell it, or you can even burn it if you like. But basically, the most important thing here goes to underlying asset. So what is it and who it stands for? So basically, it depends on terms of smart contract. Basically, it depends on terms of your NFT marketplace that you use for. And here, it will show you, do you have, what kind of license do you have? What rights you have to use such kind of underlying asset? Can you store it? Can you display it? Can you perform it? Can you print it? And what can you do? So here, my advice to you is just carefully check what goes in terms. Carefully check what you're creating for, and would it cover your idea? Would it cover your intention to sell NFT as together with underlying asset, or send NFT itself and provide some kind of license so far? And here, we can face many kind of use cases, and some use cases can be can have risks for industry. For example, fractionalized NFTs, when we split NFT into pieces, and we can have big risks that Security and Exchange Commission will knock the door and say, guys, you are doing all you are doing is a security because it provides interest in the underlying object, or it provides you with some expectation of profits in common enterprise. So here, and also it can risk, for example, if streamers reward their users with NFT tokens that will be valuable by itself, it can be collectible and will be valuable due to its rarity. And let's imagine current situation. For example, platform OnlyFans. Some of platform goes to adult content, and here, as soon as adult content goes to mints NFTs and reward users, reward donators. So here we have another problem. Instead of major crypto problem that is really hard from regulatory perspective, so bank afraid crypto still, we have second application. We have adult business here that also banks not very really appreciate. So you have double risk to open bank accounts, for example, for a business, and for when you deal with such activities. And so basically, here it also goes mainly to ML perspective, as we briefly talked on the panel. So here, in some cases, NFT can go to regulatory side, and platforms would like to perform your KYC, to know more about you, and to perform your user identification. For example, let's see a brief example. Compare United Kingdom and European Union. However, it's like general comparison of like the average popular NFT. So here, according to definition, European Union will consider as virtual currency, and afterward it goes to regulation in some aspects when when NFT can be accepted as a means of payment or of exchange. So for example, as soon as it's unique and you cannot like pay it one-to-one or something like that, or make some fractions from it and pay or nominate price in some NFTs, then it will not go under a definition, for example, future currency. In United Kingdom, it's more strict that as soon as digital representation of value or contractual rights, it can be a crypto asset, so NFT can generally goes under regulation in the United Kingdom. So here, like we have two jurisdictions and completely different rules regarding NFTs. As soon, for example, NFTs goes fractionalized in Europe, it will definitely goes under ML regulation. And so here, as soon as your NFT goes as regulated activity, like a regulated asset, so here you need to perform, like for marketplaces, you need to perform KYC of your users, have ML policy, and have ML officers. So, and also interesting stuff that, for example, some risks for collectors that you need carefully check that NFT can be minted over the assets that original creator does not have intellectual property rights in it, or it's even stolen asset or just copy pasted asset. So here you need to be careful, check that with NFT suits, IP rights, and for just to avoid violation of IP rights. So I think that in 10 minutes, there will not much to say. So my average impression for NFT industry, I'm really excited for NFT industry, but I'm as a lawyer, have real passion that and like security of our industry and like perspective of NFT industry will closely goes with education of our users, education of our creators, education of our collectors. Because first of all, everyone should know what they're dealing with, because as soon as they have some disappointment in all NFT stuff, so they can at least like go from practical side. They can start sending letters to regulators, and regulators would like to regulate NFT industry. So as soon as users are aware of real cases, they will not be disappointed with current standing, and the industry will not be like in risks for some complaints. So I think I'm done.
Guys, we made it.
Yeah.
Anya,
Okay,
how are you there?
I'm fine, totally fine. I was trying to, dig into the legal stuff because I'm really interested about that, and I've made a conclusion that NFTs still have some room for improvement legal-wise, but I hope we are on the right way, and we will finally get the full understanding of. Thanks to our speakers, by the way, I have now a better vision of what NFTs are on the legal side.
Definitely.
And in general,
I would like to support you and say thanks to all our speakers. We made it together with our audience, with our speakers, sponsors, partners. For everyone who was involved in this conference, I hope that you enjoyed our evening, morning, day, whatever you are. So thanks once again, Anna. Thank you for hosting this great event. And guys, hope to see you at our next great event. So thank you very much, and see you soon, I hope.
Thank you. I really enjoyed even my headphones are going down. That was a really hot conversations and the discussions. I really like that, and hope we will many happy days ahead, meeting offline finally.
For sure.
I'm really waiting on that day. I mean, America is already open. We are hoping to get there soon for our next events, or Europe as well. Let's see.
Stay safe, guys. Thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you so much.